We ready?
Is everybody here?
Angie Miller's in the building.
I haven't heard from anybody. Have y'all?
Miller's in the building.
No, I already
Cannot
took
have
mine.
any of that.
Oh,
You all
she
are
says
mean
almost
and
there.
cruel.
Almost here.
You need some gum? That was in the thing.
Oh, I will definitely take Angie is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Try not to eat any of the other stuff that's in the basket, so I stole the gum.
I'm going to move all this.
I thought I was going to be skidding in here. I texted Jamie. I'm like, Jamie, I don't know what the traffic's like. I'm telling you, she must have called.
What's
City
going
of
on,
Lewisville.
Lana?
I had green lights all the way here.
Very close, huh?
Thank you. I'm calling you
Very
from now
close.
on. I'll just be like, I'll be like, Jamie, I'm running errands.
Get those green lights
Get
going.
those green lights going.
You know, I think Will
There are
Fisher
some times where I feel like it
put
feels like
everybody in
100
position.
years
I
to
think
make
it
it
hurt
to
his
you.
player.
It was like,
Well, I do because
Go ahead and have the
I know
prayer.
Will.
Let's go ahead and move
Kind
forward.
of friends with
Miss
him.
Cox should
He's
be
the
here
most
just in a
liberal.
moment.
You need to move it a
gotta
little
call
closer.
me.
Closer? Okay,
He
it's
did
not as hot
the
today.
first-
Okay. I would like to announce that a quorum is present, the meeting is duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. In order to maintain social distancing and other health protocols at public gatherings, a limited number of staff and community members will be in-person attendees at this evening's work session. The following board members are in attendance: Tracy Miller, Allison Lasan, Christy Hassett, Jenny Prosnick, and Catherine Sells. Miss Angie Cox will join us momentarily. I've asked board member Christy Hassett to say the prayer.
Please bow your head if you choose. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you very much for this wonderful day that you have given us. I ask your blessing for all of our staff members, teachers, custodians, bus drivers, everyone in LASD to make sure that they stay healthy and strong as we continue our year. Please pray our students find all kinds of extra energy to continue this year, as it's been very difficult as a learning year. Please pray a specific prayer over Kathy Duke and her family as they're mourning Jessica, and anybody else in the district who might be needing a little extra encouragement or protection as we continue COVID throughout this year. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Hassett. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.074, and the time is now 6:04 p.m.
There's Angie. Angie's here.
Will she walk in? When she walks in, I'll announce. Okay, we all back? Yeah. Okay, we will now reconvene into open session. The time is now 6:19 p.m. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas flag pledge. Whoa, sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. We will now consider action on items discussed in closed section. Would someone like to make the motion, please? Ms. Prosnick?
I move that the board approve Ms. Stephanie Lawson as principal of the new STEM Academy on Josie Lane as recommended by Administration and Personnel Selection Committee.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Cox. All in favor? Motion carries 6-0. Ms.
Okay.
Lawson? Yes.
Well,
She's
this
here.
is Stephanie.
Take the stage.
So, Stephanie, congratulations. We're absolutely proud of you. Appreciate the work you've done.
You all get to go on up.
Come on in. Come up there.
You have family here, so why don't you introduce them?
Go on up.
Wow.
One of my big brothers, Sean Lawson, flew in from Atlanta.
Oh,
And my best friend, Jennifer Moore.
Perfect.
You want family?
Yeah, just get it, we'll get it right.
Maybe she and I.
Yep, that'll be great.
We can get it.
Sure.
She's best friend. She's his
Well, yeah, just set your purse down. Perfect.
Get right on that, yep.
You wanna get over here?
And have
Go ahead.
everybody get surround you.
you have free reign. Do whatever
You know these people.
Yeah, you.
And then Lori.
If y'all want to take your masks off, since y'all are family and whatnot, we can do it that way.
We appreciate that.
And then we'll put it back on after. All right, y'all look right here and smile. If not, I'll fix it.
Now, we don't know the name of the school you're the principal of, but.
Okay, and the committee.
You want to get a picture with me? Come on.
Congratulations.
Congratulations again. Get a lot of rest tonight because all the work.
That's right. Thank you all so much for being here, and especially her family for the traveling that you all had to do.
I think they're from Conway, Arkansas.
I like Conway.
Thank y'all so much for coming.
Because she went to,
Things are moving along for the Josie campus, so we are excited about that. Moving on in the agenda, Dr. Rogers?
Thank you, Ms. Sells. So our cornerstone for tonight is about community engagement. I communicate with all stakeholders to understand diverse perspectives, and this really just sort of rings true with the work that Dr. Shauna Miller and her group's been doing with our Diversity Council, with Cultural Proficiency for the last 6 years, and of course with the recent hiring of Matthew Morris, our new Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So we're just really proud that we continue to find ways to involve a diverse community, and so I'm proud of the work on this cornerstone. So.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rogers. Persons desiring to address the Board of Trustees had the opportunity to fill out a speaker's card, and there were no speakers tonight. So we will then move on. But Mr. Miller, did you
Yes.
have something?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we move discussion item J6A to the beginning of the agenda to
Okay.
allow our speaker to drive back to Austin.
Okay, do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Prosnick. Okay, that motion, all in favor, please.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Okay, moving our discussion item J, 6A up. Mr. Miller,
So
you're up.
we're going to have Mr. Gibson come up, and I'll just do a little bit of an intro. As everybody recalls, we decided to do 3 audits this year. The president put an audit committee together. It consists of myself, Ms. Prosnick, and Ms. Hassett. And let me first say that thank you for letting us do this, because we've learned a lot, and I think we were a good committee, and I think that you're going to see here some really good work. Not all the things that Mr. Gibson gave us insights to will we probably act upon, but we might act upon many of them. So that is a secondary thing, which I'll talk about at the end. But tonight our objective is simply, Mr. Gibson will go through, similar to Team of 8, their observations and recommendations. After that, we'll talk about an action plan and how that looks, and Ms. Sells can kind of establish the construct of the actions that we take and how we implement it. If you don't have the full report, you'll get it tomorrow. This is not a report that we believe needs to have any, it can be in the public domain. It is about us, and it is for us, and so we're open to the public seeing the detail behind what you'll hear tonight.
Okay,
I'm on.
you are on.
Just as a reminder to any other trustees, the final audit report is in board book in its entirety.
Yes, and the minutes for everything have been, when we meet with Mr. Gibson or we meet with Mr. Martin to talk about something, every minutes are approved, and they sit in a SharePoint. I might be using the wrong term there. So all of that, again, is very transparent for you to get access to. So with no further ado, Mr. Gibson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Members of the board, Dr. Rogers, it's my pleasure to be here tonight to walk you through the governance audit report. This presentation, some of it will not be new to the board as we discussed some of these topics in the Team of 8 training back in October. And so I am going to go through the entire report, but if you need me to pause and answer questions during the presentation, I'll be happy to do that, or we can wait to the end, your choice. Before we started, I just wanted to extend some thanks first to Jamie Riggle. Where's Jamie? Thank you, Jamie. Jamie's had the luxury of being subject to the first official internal audit of Lewisville ISD under this new program. And so she was the one that pulled all the data together, helped with the scheduling, and she was phenomenal. And so, Jamie, I'm sorry you had to be the guinea pig for this program, but you did a fantastic job, and I very much appreciate your help. I would also like to extend thanks to the rest of the project team that helped me on this particular audit. On my staff, Kent Ingram and David Osman, as well as I consulted with an outside counsel, Debbie Easterak, and she did the board meeting observations for parliamentary procedure. And so her results are also documented in the report, so I wanted to extend my thanks to them. The agenda, I'm going to go through the audit objectives and scope, the findings, the kind of a summary of what we found, major findings and recommendations. We'll go through both the board governance and the administrative governance, and then questions at the end. This audit is the first. We did the risk assessment last year. This was actually the first audit of the program, of this new internal audit program. And Lewisville ISD is our 30th audit client that we've done work for over the past 15 years. You're our 8th program client where we've done more than one project for. And you are our first that chose to do a governance audit first. And I really think that speaks highly of the board. That if you're going to start this program and you're going to subject the administration to the level of scrutiny of an internal audit function, that you're going to step up and take that first. And I think that speaks highly of this board. So I really enjoyed working with the board and the administration on this work, and I think it was a great place to start. The objective of this audit was really to assess the governance structure and make recommendations for improvement. And I'll define what that governance structure means. There's two aspects of governance, and most people think of governance, they think of board governance, which is true. The board, elected officials, they hire the superintendent, they establish policy, and so the primary objective was to evaluate the governance structure, their processes, and provide some recommendations that might help them function better as a board. There's also an administrative component, and any other departmental audits that are done by the board, they will evaluate administrative structures within those departments, but this audit, the governance audit, looks only at the senior administration level, so the superintendent and the direct reports. And so that's really as deep as we went, and this particular audit was looking at the senior administration level. There's also elements of governance related to the administration that has to do with planning. And so the administration is heavily involved in planning, some of which was required by state law. There's an there's a general counsel that is actually somewhat shared, spends most of the time on administrative matters, but also serves the board directly. And so it's not all about the board. There is some significant administrative responsibilities in connection with governance. So these are the board roles. Board roles are the scope of area of what we're going to look at and talk about today. Board roles and responsibilities, policies and procedures. These are board policies and procedures, to clarify. Board meetings, board communications, board training, and the board evaluation of the superintendent. And we'll go through all of these here in a little bit. In terms of administrative governance, I mentioned planning, the senior management organizational structure, management and decision-making, which is an important element. There's certain things that are defined in state law about management and decision-making, but I think many school systems don't document or don't appreciate how important it is to have a decision-making framework in its schools, in its administration, so that everybody knows kind of what the playing field we're on in terms of where decisions are to be made. And so that's the topic for tonight's discussion. And then I mentioned the general counsel. So overall, there were several best practices noted. We looked at what's called the board operating procedures. The board actually develops procedures separate from policy that are for how it acts. And so it's a long list of topics that are listed in the report. But what we did is we compared these operating procedures to some other school districts in Texas that we considered best practice districts, and you compared very favorably in terms of the depth and breadth of coverage in your operating procedures. We also liked your board meeting structure and management of the meetings, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the board member training requirements were exceeded. The state of Texas defines the board member requirements. It's a little bit higher for new board members than it is for recurring board members, and you surpassed by a significant margin the minimum requirements for board training. There were 16 recommendations in this report overall, 10 for the board, 6 for the administration. These are listed on page 4 of the detailed report. And I'm going to jump in right now to the first area of board governance. We'll cover board governance first, and the first topical area is board roles and responsibilities. This was a graphic that we discussed in the Team of 8 training. And this is a governance scale. And what I tried to do was provide a scale for the board to use in evaluating itself. And so there's two extremes and then kind of a midpoint for this governance scale. And the two extremes that there's rarely a board that exists at one extreme or the other, but it's good to know where these extremes are and where you are on this scale. But there's, to the far left is what I would characterize as inadequate oversight. There's not enough inquiry by the board, not enough information is analyzed, kind of overly trusting of the process, and what happens with overly trusting boards, sometimes when things go wrong, then all of a sudden it might force the opposite thing to occur, which is micromanaging. And so micromanaging is when the board gets too much into the business of the administration and tries to do their job. And a micromanaging board may be untrusting of the administration, and they focus not just on outcomes, but also on the process to achieve those outcomes. And so the balance, and again, the balance may not be exactly in the middle, but what you like to see in school boards is something that is in the middle, that has trust in the board, but also, wants to cut the cards every once in a while and see what's going on. So there's selective digging, but it's not this perpetual digging in every area and questioning the processes every step of the way. And so the purpose of introducing this scale was to help the board kind of evaluate when it does its next self-evaluation, to kind of see where it stands, where it wants to be, and then I think it can also be used by individual board members. We did not use it for individual board members, but to kind of see where you stand, because I think there's both situational instances and personal factors that weigh into how you are and where you might be on this scale. So this is in the report. There was no assessment about where you are on this scale, but you're not at the extremes, and I think it's important that you determine on your own through your self-evaluation where you are on this so that you can end up where you want to be and what's best for LISD. The last board self-evaluation that was conducted was in 2017. A survey instrument that looked at 5 key areas, and there were subtopics under each of these areas. But the question was, in each of these areas, do you think the board performs all of the time or most of the time? There were 5 different categories of whether or not the board did something. And so these were the last 2 responses, which was they did it all of the time or they did it most of the time. So responsible governance, 72% said all of the time or most of the time. Clear goals, high expectations, also high. Setting conditions for success was the highest category. Holding the district accountable was the lowest category. And then community engagement and values was at 81%. And again, each of these had subcategories that fed these summary totals. But I think this was good. This was important feedback. It was basically a self-assessment based on a survey of the members, and then encapsulated that in a report. Our recommendation is to expand this process. We want you to expand it in a couple ways. One is that because the superintendent and every other employee is subject to an annual evaluation, and the state suggests, it doesn't require, but they suggest that you have an annual evaluation of your board, plus the fact that you may have, some board turnover every year on the board, or at least you have board elections, that an annual evaluation makes sense for school boards. So if we're going to make everybody else do this, plus if we do it every 3 years, we may not act on things fast enough. So that's one element of expanding the self-evaluation. Number 2 is bring in more data into the process. So right now we're pretty limited. We do this survey, and there's some other questions I believe that are captured, but there's not data. We're not using hard data to evaluate the board. And we use hard data to evaluate the superintendent. Superintendent uses hard data to evaluate others. We need to use hard data to evaluate the board. It doesn't need to be as many performance measures, but we need performance data to measure ourselves. And some of this performance data may relate to how we conduct our board meetings. What percentage of our meeting time do we spend talking about academics? That could be a performance goal for the board, and then you could basically score yourself on how you do that. Another element is incorporating staff and community survey data. We think this would also be rich input. It's the equivalent of like a 360 review within an organization. So instead of just the reviews going down of people reporting to you, that you actually look around the 360, and the people that elected you can help support that evaluation. The staff that that works for the board through the superintendent, they might have some really interesting feedback for the board. So we don't think this survey needs to be voluminous, but we really think that a simple survey of your community and of your staff, and I think we suggested these every 2 years, not every year, would really help provide some rich information that the board could use. Another recommendation that starts on page 11, if you're looking at the report, is to adopt a structured governance framework. So there's a governance framework. I'll make maybe a poor analogy to a software product, that if you can go out and do something yourself manually, or you can go buy a system that's already set up to do that. Well, these governance structures or these governance frameworks are kind of pre-established templates for you to build your governance around. And so they're very helpful, and there's a lot of them to pick from. And we never recommend particular software products. We're not going to recommend a particular governance framework. And so we think you either ought to pick one that can help you frame your governance discussions, or what you could do is pick from the best from the best. So look at several. If there's features that you like, bring them in and create your own. I think you might be surprised at how many neat things you find in different frameworks. The other concept I wanted to introduce was a concept. We've done some work in Florida, and in Florida they have this program. Keep in mind there's only 76 school boards in Florida because they're countywide school districts. But they have this program called the Florida Master Board Certification Program. And it's really phenomenal. It requires a lot of group training by the board, and that all board members have to be involved, and it's absolutely an insane number of hours. Florida board members get paid. Texas board members do not. And so, but there might be some things from that certification program that you might want to weave into your framework, is really my point in bringing that up. But I've had some clients that went through that and thought it was extremely valuable. It really helped their how they conduct their board meetings and how they work together as a board.
I would just note on this, I think the board is well aware that Ms. Hassett is a fan of Lone Star governance for this item.
No.
And so she should therefore
That'd be
lead a
false.
committee.
A governance model, yes. I believe the Lone Star model is an accountability model and not a governance model.
I know you do.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
I thought it worth noting.
We have another recommendation about the board approval of candidates that are being brought to the board for approval for employment. So I'm going to take a step back and explain the backdrop for this. There is no state law that requires the board to approve positions except the superintendent. And then other positions that report to it make sense, but there's no legal requirement that says the board has to approve. There is a requirement that the board has to approve terminations of what's called Chapter 21 contracts, either terminations or non-renewals. So those have to be brought. Law also says that if the superintendent brings other candidates to the board for approval, they have to vote yes or no. But it doesn't require the superintendent to do that. And so our recommendation is this is an unnecessary step. And sometimes it creates the potential for an awkward situation in case there's not a unanimous vote or some other, if it's even a more split vote, it could be embarrassing for the candidate, it could be embarrassing for the board, and just don't want to put yourselves in that awkward position, and it's not required. So if the decision's been made to hire, the superintendent's executed the offer, we can certainly celebrate that at the board as we did tonight. But there's really no compelling reason and no legal requirement to have the board approve those hires.
Mr. Gibson, I'm going to interrupt just for the record so that it's in full context. This is something you saw we are still retaining the authority on principals in certain positions, but I think Dr. Rogers heard you at Team of 8, and Mrs. Smith and Dr. Rogers came back with a recommendation. We actually modified our hiring structure. I can't remember if it's what level it is.
It was changed. It wasn't just based on your recommendation from Team of 8. Actually, it was a question that came up from Ms. Smith when she came in as in charge of employee services from another district. And so we didn't get exactly to where the board did take, what I feel is very good strides. And so we still bring it to them principals and directors and above, but everyone below, we'll still report to them, give them those names, but they granted that authority and changed that, I think, 2 months ago, but
That's great.
But anyway.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
The next topic is board policies and procedures. Board policies are different from board procedures, and they're also different from administrative operating procedures. People sometimes talk about policies and procedures in the same breath. They're not the same thing. Policies can only be adopted by the board. And then there's procedures can be adopted by whoever's creating those procedures for their own purpose. So it could be the board, and they have their own procedures. It could be the Employee Services Department. They have their own procedures. And so I'd want to distinguish that. And so this is really about this discussion is about the board policies and the board procedures. So one of the recommendations we made, and this is just a graphic, we went through your policy manual and looked at the date of the last update, and that reflects the date of the last change to the policies. And so it's whether it was the past year, which was the 2 to 3 years ago, 4 to 7 years ago, and more than 7 years ago. So based on the information that's in the policy, on the bottom corner of each policy, it says the date of the last update. But it doesn't tell you the date it was last reviewed. And so we don't know from looking at the policy without going back and seeing where, when it was reviewed. There's nothing structured or there's really no information that says, we know that this policy was reviewed 3 years ago. And so that might take a call to TASB because we use their service. And so I don't know if this is an option that's available to them from them. If it's not, we might want to keep our own separate log of the date of the last review so that we know that we're reviewing every local policy. Legal policies go through their own kind of auto update after every legislative session, but we want to make sure that we're maybe not changing local policies every 5 years, but at least we're reviewing them every 5 years.
Now, we'll have Ms. Begg check on that because in the 5 years plus that I've been superintendent, we actually and there was a board policy committee actually, and through the leadership of our previous general counsel, Mr. Crownover, we hired TASB Policy Services to do that probably about 4 years ago. It was a massive amount of work. So
To do what?
I'm not for sure.
To review
Oh, okay.
To go
So
through
all your local policies?
All local policy. It was a from top to bottom policy review on local policy. So we'll find out what happened as far as the date stamp. So we'll follow up on that.
Okay. I'll skip on to the next one. We gave you kudos for your board operating procedures. We did get feedback that these aren't consistently enforced. And so we think that the contents are great, but they're only as good as their enforcement. And so if we're going to hold our superintendent and our district accountable for the policies that we set for the administration, we need to set the example that if we're going to develop procedures for us, we need to enforce them and have enforcement provisions in those procedures. So,
And again, for the public that's watching this, this is something that we'll review again in April. The board operating procedures, I think as it relates to the compliance, that is a discussion that we'll have and continue to have, but it's not something we're glossing over and just going to do BOP and not spend some time on consensus around how we conform to the policies that we set for ourselves.
I'm going to move on to board meetings. We have a really good documentation of our board meetings in terms of the types of meetings, and I just wanted to, the top 4 that are listed there, the major types of meetings: regular board work sessions, board workshops, special board meetings, and then I'm sure we've had more emergency meetings in the past 9 months than you would like to admit. And then there's also community input sessions that are listed as a type of board meeting, and then executive closed sessions are usually woven into one of these other meetings, but they're defined separately in law. And there's special purposes, as you heard a few minutes ago, about what can be discussed in executive closed session. So this structure works really well for you. And I think as a board, boards tend to gravitate toward a committee structure or to something like this. And apparently we're previously on a committee structure and converted to this, and I think it's really helped. We've talked about the strengths and weaknesses of the committee structure. I think one of the things we heard when we were visiting with board members was that sometime the committee would discuss things, bring it back to the board, and then there would be some of the same questions by the board were maybe already questions that were discussed by the committee, but we ended up maybe duplicating some of our effort by maybe talking about things again that we'd already talked about in committee. And we've seen other clients go through the same process where they decide to address these things in a separate board meeting. And so that's when you created board work sessions. And so the board work sessions provide a less formal means. It doesn't have all the elements of a regular board meeting. And so it provides the venue for some healthy discussion on a broad array of topics. So we looked at some of the data about your board meetings, and the first was just seeing kind of the impact. This tracks your number of board meetings by type for the last 4 years. And so the building blocks on the bottom are your regular board meetings, then work sessions, and you'll see that the lighter blue work sessions started, I think, in February of 17-18 or February of 18. And then you'll see that in 18-19 and 19-20, we had the same number of workshops, work sessions, and board meetings. Now, we had a lot of special meetings in 18-19 because I think there was some unique situations and decisions that were being made that year, and so that year was an anomaly. So there's more meeting. The number of meetings is higher than it used to be, but it's significantly dropped the number of committee meetings and committee meeting time. And so I really think this structure is working well for you. But we were curious to see what impact it had once you introduced board work sessions, whether that actually impacted the board meeting time. And so we measured the time from the beginning clock to the end clock, and it didn't really have a huge impact on the meeting time, but it's clear from the next graph that we're spending most of our regular board meeting time talking about academics. And so I think that's a really important point. That's in a lot of the governance frameworks that are out there, you see it's a common performance metric in those is what percentage of our time, and are we spending more time talking about academics than other things. And so in our regular board meetings, we're doing that by a fairly large margin in terms of the number of hours. The work session topics. Again, the work session allows us to have deeper discussions about certain things, and you'll see financial management has a high number here, and that's because with primarily the budget. We spend a lot of time going through the details of the budget, starting at probably about this time of year and extending through the approval of the budget. And then throughout the year, there's also financial decisions that are being made. And so it's a big part of what you do, but it's not consuming as much of your regular board meeting time, and you're able to address that. Academics is still the second highest, largest topic, just in the time frame that we looked at in terms of hours spent. Other elements of the board meeting structure, we have, well, using laptops. You'd be amazed that there's still school boards out there that are not using laptop computers. But the other technology tools, board docs, these are second nature now to a lot of school boards and school systems, but they're really effective for us to use, and particularly if you're searching for something. Board docs has an index, and you can go in and look for keywords, and it'll pull up any agenda item attachment that has those words. And it really helps if you're a board member and you want to track a history of something. It really helps you do that without having to go back to the administration saying, can you find me everything we've done in the past 5 years that has to do with this topic? And so it may not eliminate those requests, but it may help reduce those requests. The other finding I mentioned earlier on parliamentary procedure, we use Robert's Rules of Order for our board meetings, and I had an attorney that I brought in to basically observe board meetings and make some observations about that, and she's found only very minor issues that are listed in the report, but you got a really good score on parliamentary procedures, so that speaks well to the administration of board meetings. Other recommendations we made relating to board meetings, one is assigning a time estimate to each agenda item, whether you want to do that for certain types of meetings and see how it goes, but there's some benefits to doing that. One, if I'm presenting that topic at a board meeting and I know you've allotted 10 minutes, it's going to change the presentation length if I know that it's 30 minutes or if it's 10 minutes. And so that's important news for me as a presenter. It's also important news or information for me as a board member to know, we're targeting, and this might be something you could discuss in work sessions, but to know how long our target is doesn't mean we're always going to meet it, but may help make the discussion of that topic more efficient. So if someone's already made a point and you want to reinforce it, it may streamline the conversation so that we can keep the board meetings on track. Board meetings take a lot of time. Your board meetings actually, relative to most school systems, are not that long in terms of the number of hours on average that you spend, but we're always looking for ways to try to make them more efficient. We think that just try these estimates out, see if it helps, and it might result in having more streamlined board meetings. Another recommendation is to post the agenda packet and supporting materials for all public meetings, and I think we do that for everything but workshops. And so I know in some of our workshops, some of our materials are in draft form before they're finalized. And I just think that if I'm a member of the community and I can see everything that you're going to talk about in a board meeting except one type of board meeting, then I'm wondering if you're being as transparent with me, and why aren't you being as transparent with me in that particular meeting? So I know that, draft reports or draft information is important to keep in draft form if it's not finalized, but I don't know if there's something we could do to finalize it, before the release date so that we can put it in the packet so that everybody's got access to the same information before the workshop.
So Greg, let me give you an example, though. I mean, in the board last week, they had their workshop. One, for budget workshops, we do put, all of our presentation. But the board had their workshop on board goals. Well, the only way for us to do what you're requesting, we're having to draft some ideas for the board to discuss, but it's the board goals. I don't really, until they have a discussion around the table, I don't really feel like they're not they're the board goals that we can post them. The one other thing that I think probably skewed this information was when we were doing a massive rezoning and closing of a school, and there's 7 or 8 maps. So I get both sides. I'm just saying it's not quite as easy as. I'm fine with whatever the board wants to do, but I'm not for sure how much value it is to put some goals that administration has crafted for the board before they've ever even had a chance to coalesce around. You see my point? That's the catch-22.
Yeah, the public meetings create challenges, and workshops are a great way to have some very informal and kind of early discussions on things before you vote on them in school boards.
Which is absolutely the way that we use workshops versus board work sessions is, hey, let's just have some discussion around board goals or rezoning or whatever,
I think as long as it's understood and agreed to that for certain types of discussions and information, it's okay, and then for everything else, we're going to put it out there. And so I don't know if there's that kind of criteria that's been defined, but it might help so that.
And I think it absolutely warrants a discussion by the board, during board operating procedure discussion as how they would like to have that tweaked. Please know. I do want to be clear, and I think the board appreciate. We, unlike most school districts for other board meetings, we provide all the information for a regular board meeting 10 days in advance, not 3, which is abnormal, I promise you. So, but for board workshops, I'm open to.
So I think, if I could, I think we agree with Dr. Rogers. We had a lot of conversation about this that we'll come back on. There are 2 items here. One is length of an agenda item, which we will have some healthy discussion around. In other words, should it be capped? And the second is, Dr. Rogers is right, I think the last workshop, it would have just been, I think there were actually students that were watching our meeting for certain classes, and they asked if they could get a copy of the board goals. Well, that would be premature because I'm not even sure what we talked about is going to make it into the meeting on the 11th, so the meeting on the 11th would be a time where I think it's more appropriate for them to get that. I think the more fundamental thing here is in the regular meetings, right, as a matter of transparency, that the board would receive the presentations on the 72 hours advance, Friday evening, and that the presentations that we're going to view, which are public record, would be in the board book. That's what this is predominantly about. You're right, there has to be exceptions, but also know that we expect that we would resolve this or remediate this together. In other words, we don't want the board to come back and say, hey, staff, you got to do this. We want to have a discussion about the best way to do it because we know there are sometimes presentations, sometimes come too late, and you guys know that. Sometimes, you're just not ready for whatever reason. Data's not collected. This is going to be an important discussion topic for us, but the spirit of this, I believe, is about transparency. Generally, right?
Yeah, I think, though, Mr. Gibson's talking about board workshops. I think in his report, his finding is that that for board work sessions and board regular meetings, that happens. Now, there's, on occasion, because when we provide something to the board 10 days ahead of time, some things change that we have to tweak. But, I'll defer to her, but I don't think there's very seldom a time that the board's not given what we're presenting at a regular board meeting or at a board work session less than 72 hours. I think he's talking about board workshops and trying to
Finding in the
make
report
those as
speaks to
much
board
transparent
workshops.
if I'm not mistaken.
You're
But
not
you're
mistaken.
also recommending that for the board meeting, the documents that we get are not sent to us separately, but they're actually attached to the board book.
Well, the recommendation relates to all meetings. So the recommendation, the finding that we documented related to workshops, but the recommendation says post the agenda packet and supporting materials for all public meetings.
Sure.
So if it's not being done for the other meetings, I think the intent is to do it for the other meetings. Then it's more of a compliance issue as opposed to you need to change the way you're doing things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is a perfect example.
Yep.
That tonight, this topic is a perfect example of something that wasn't attached because it was added on the board agenda on Friday before we sent so that's how that happens. I mean, I need the board to understand that.
Understood. I think that's a great point. The next topical areas is public input. And public input is really important element of board meetings. There have been some recent changes in law that are documented in the report that affect public input. Now, public input can be made about the board and about board policies and about the board as a whole, as long as it's not in conflict with other statutes that might not otherwise allow that conversation and public input. One thing that happened recently, I think fairly recently, was that we moved public input to the beginning of the meetings, and this seems to be good for everybody. I think every board member was pleased that this happened, and I'm sure the public is thrilled that it happened because now they can come and not have to wait. And they
We've
can-
always
We've always
Yeah,
had it
we've
at the
always
beginning of
done
our
Always had it at the
meetings.
beginning?
Yes.
That's not what I heard during.
Yeah, no, we've always done it that way.
Okay, well, keep it there.
Okay.
You also have good management procedures so that public input doesn't get out of hand. You have time limitations. I don't think we have the number of speaker limitations, but I don't think that's been a problem to date. And so one thing that public input does now, and it's a local policy, is that it allows input on non-agenda items. State law only requires us to allow public input during board meetings on agenda items. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is that the board meeting is really your time to govern. And public hearings, we have separate types of meetings for public hearings. And there are other avenues for the public to make comments about any other topic that they want to talk about. But the board meeting is time for you to govern and make decisions and vote to approve things, and that any input that you receive from the community that can help inform that is fantastic. But if you're getting input that's completely unrelated to that, it might be important input, but it doesn't inform your decision making. Therefore, it may not now, but it could consume a large portion of your board meeting time with items that have nothing to do with anything that's on the agenda. So I think it's a tough call for the board. And I think it's, you want to make sure that there's plenty of other avenues for the public to provide non-agenda input. But this is your time, and it's a really important time for you to spend governing, and we want to get all the information we can to help you make those decisions. And so the recommendation is to modify your local policies so that, and I believe most of my clients and most of the districts I've worked with do have it limited to agenda items, which is what the law requires. But I know it's hard to go back. I know it's hard to pull back from that. I'm going to go on to the next topic with staff presentations. So we observed 6 different staff presentations that were made during board meetings in the last year, I believe. We did this work in last summer, and so it would have been a year before that. But we looked at 6 presentations, and we looked at them in a couple different ways. One was just the content, length, format, the types of information that was shared, And we made some observations about that, and there were, by and large, there was very favorable perceptions by the board about the speaking, about the quality of the presentations, the knowledge of the speakers, the responsiveness of the staff. By and large, it was these presentations are well done, and part of that has to do with a trial run that's done prior to the board meeting to prepare for the board meetings. And so I don't see enough of this in what we do, and as a result, in some districts you see presentations that just go on forever, or they're rambling, they're not focused on the points. And so I think that appears from what we saw that you do a really good job of having very prepared presenters and good presentations. The information that's shared through these presentations, and we pick 6, but in 5 out of 6 of those, they were more focused on outputs and not outcomes. And so we talked about the volumes of the program or who was participating, but we didn't really provide meaningful information about the impact of that program on the student or on a group of students. And so we might look at the impact at a higher level, but if we're talking about a particular program, it would be helpful to know if that program was in fact having the intended effect and have that be part of the presentation. We also noticed some minor inconsistencies in presentation. I always think that presentations in a public forum, in a public meeting, is an opportunity for us to brand our district, and we ought to have consistent colors, formats, fonts. It also have consistent styles, so we don't have one presentation. And by and large, we're pretty good about this, but there are no standards that says you can't have, more than X number of words on a slide. I've seen slide presentations in other districts where there's so many words on a slide you can't read it, or the graphic is so detailed that you can't read it. And so your presentations are by and large very clear, and I think they would benefit from just having some fairly simple standards that you could apply so that everybody knows we're starting with this template, this font size, these color schemes, and so we have consistent branding and consistent ease of use and ease of understanding by not just the people that are at the board meeting, but anybody in the public that wants to view them. Board communications, I don't believe we have any recommendations here. The board operating procedures for board communications were really strong. You listed a lot of different scenarios. They're listed in the report on page 29. The board operating procedure is very specific about board communications. You also have a weekly board letter that the board gets that really helps fill the gap between board meetings about what's going on in the district. This was widely greeted with satisfaction by the board members. There were just a couple of concerns that were expressed during the audit. Not all board members receive all the information, and then sometimes not all the board members receive all the information at the same time. And then another observation was there's an ability of board members to communicate with staff, but you cannot direct them. And so this is something that I think there were, again, some concerns that how do you monitor that communications? How do you ensure? And when a board member calls someone in a department or someone in a school, is that person going to interpret that, whether or not it's a direction or not, just by the fact that it's a board member calling you? Is it going to be perceived as direction? It's a really tough situation. And so we didn't really have a recommendation about it. You talk about it in your board operating procedures. I just wanted you to be aware that some of those perceptions exist. Board training was an area where you, as I said earlier, you exceed expectations. These are your board, average board training hours. These are high. I'll just tell you that these are higher than what you usually see. The board training requirements are on page 30 of the report. It lists the types of training that are required, the number of hours or a range of hours for each, and then there's 2 columns, one for new board members and recurring board members. Obviously, new board members have higher training requirements. So the higher volumes may reflect when new board members came on, or some board members take additional TASB training that's not required, but it helps them achieve an additional certification. So we basically we did the only transaction testing we did on this audit was we looked and compared the board training records to the requirements and basically found that there were no exceptions to those. The only thing about the training is that doesn't appear to be linked to the self-assessment. So if we have something that we conclude in the self-assessment that we need to work on, that somewhere ought to be reflected, just like anybody else's performance evaluation. If their evaluations suggest a need, that we ought to find a way to fill that need through training. So we need to link those two. Superintendent evaluation focused really on the instrument and the scoring methodology. And the state has the Commissioner of Education has an evaluation form that's not required to use. It's kind of here if you want to use this. And it looks like we probably drew on that. The categories are similar to what the state has. Our scoring is a little bit different. We have, I think, 4, and I think maybe since recently expanded to 5 rating categories. The state has 3. The state requires that a report on student performance be incorporated into the evaluation. We align our evaluation with goals, some of which relate to student performance. And the state instrument defines all the functional program categories. And we basically put those categories in where we have goals. And if we don't have goals, then those categories aren't reflected in the evaluation instrument. So again, this is a choice of the board. The board can evaluate the superintendent however they want. There are no state requirements other than you evaluate the superintendent annually. And so the board operating procedures also speak to the evaluation, and the way they do is that they want the evaluation to answer these questions, and this isn't an all-inclusive list. What do we expect the superintendent to accomplish? Are our goals reflected in budget allocations? Do we have metrics that adequately measure the accomplishment of goals? And then the formative and summative assessment is required, which is done now. The metrics is an area that I want to focus on and come back to, because this is where I think we can do better at all levels. We found performance metrics to be an issue in our risk assessment last year when we were looking at the entire district. And so we're also seeing it at the board level, that we don't have enough performance metrics at the superintendent level as well as the board level. And we've already talked about the board level metrics. So House Bill 3 introduced a whole bunch of metrics for particular content areas and particular grade levels, and every district in the state has developed those. And you developed those. I watched your meeting or your workshop on goal setting, and you have all those goals. And then we have a few others. And so the question is, how many goals, how many measures, how many performance measures are we going to have for the superintendent? And House Bill 3 came in and did a whole bunch of them that were, in my views, good but narrow. It's actually caused a lot of districts to basically put the others out of the goal picture. And so we have clients that don't have goals for graduation rates or dropout rates or narrowing the achievement gap because House Bill 3 says this, and this is what we're going to do, and that's what we're focusing on. And so don't want you not complying with House Bill 3, but there's actually other legislation that talks about other financial goals that's in statute that we're not relieved of because of House Bill 3. And so I just want us to be thoughtful about other types of metrics that we need to hold the superintendent accountable and that we need to hold ourselves as a board accountable. And so the number may not be as important as the type, and obviously the higher the level the measure, perhaps the more meaningful, because if you get into granular measures like House Bill 3 did, you can't do that for every grade level and every subject area, or you would have a very complex evaluation instrument. So it's tough. I think the House Bill 3 definitely had good intentions. I think these are important metrics, but I think they need to be supplemented. Other things we saw about the evaluation instrument, just the way the scoring occurs is that the scoring that's done in the individual sections doesn't always map to the scoring summary. There's, I think it was a 1 to 4 or 1 to 5 scale, and you would look at everything, and then the summary might be a completely different score than the sum of the parts. So that may be intentional. It's like not looking at all the pieces. What do you think overall? And I think that's what we have here. But if there's a variance between the details and the summary, we probably ought to understand why there's a detail. If we think it's a 4 everywhere else, but it's a 5 overall, something's amiss there. And so we need to do something to better align. I think what happens is that one of the things that are not obvious in the scoring is we don't have weight factors for the different goal areas. And so some are obviously more important. Some of the goals that are in the superintendent's evaluation are actually things to be done or activity oriented as opposed to things to be achieved or metric oriented. And so how we measure and weight those different things, because we have, I included several examples in the report of things that the superintendent's just supposed to do, like supposed to ensure that this happens. And if this happens and it gets the check mark, we did this, but there's no metric as to, well, was it useful? Was it effective? We don't have a corresponding metric for that. So again, some of those might be weighted, need to be weighted more heavily than others. But the last item that I wanted to, sorry, I forgot to change the slide. The last item, I've talked about most of these. The last item was that some of the actual performance results that are in the evaluation don't automatically generate a score. So if Dr. Rogers, got 95% of the way to the goal, somebody can rate that as a 3 and someone else can rate that as a 5. So just because of that perception. And if I'm Dr. Rogers, I would say, well, that's not really, I've achieved this. What does this mean? And it shouldn't mean something different based on who you are. It should be, if you get 95%, that might be enough. Or if you get 105%, that should mean something the same. So there should be some, I don't want to say if it's automatic assignment of scoring, but there should be some direct relationship between the performance and the resulting score for that particular item. I think that and the combination with weight factors would really help the instrument. Okay, administrative governance. I'm going to move. There are fewer topical areas to cover in this. The first is planning, and there are 2 recommendations in the planning area. One is to develop a 5-year strategic plan. And I think many of you may wonder why in the middle of a pandemic would we want to engage long-term strategic plan. And I think it's absolutely critical that we start a long-term strategic plan now. We've got short-term work to do and we have long-term work to do. And I don't know what the learning loss has been in your school system, but I'm sure if it's been significant enough to where we're going to have to do some recovery. And that may involve some pretty significant reallocation of resources, different programs, different approaches. I mean, I'm sure you're already working on this, but we need to be looking at not just getting back to where we were, but we can't lose sight of the long-term goal of where we were before COVID happened. So I think it's going to be extremely challenging from a resource standpoint. We don't know what the legislature is going to do this session with our funding. And so I think we need to build different scenarios of funding at a high level to know that if we get this level, this is our course of action. If it's scenario B, it's this. Scenario C is this. Just so we've gone through the thought processes of how we will react and not wait for them to finalize their bill and start acting then. So the district complies with all the annual district improvement processes and campus improvement planning processes. We're not suggesting you replace the 4 cornerstones. We think the 4 cornerstones that the district has can be woven into a strategic planning effort and should be, as well as the I statements. And so we think the strategic plan, if you put some more metrics into that plan, will give it more teeth, will provide more substantive metrics for the superintendent's evaluation as well as the board's evaluation. So that was the one recommendation, had to do with the strategic plan. The second, which is related, is to supplement the goals. Goals can be performance or activity related. Objectives really are more performance metrics, and we need to be performance metrics, as I said earlier, is really an issue that is at the district, senior administration, and board level. We need to be doing a better job with performance metrics to support accountability. Organizational structure. Again, we only looked at the senior organizational structure, superintendent, and 1 direct report down. The superintendent, according to board policy legal, establishes the organization chart and it is his or her authority to be able to establish this organization. So what we did is we looked at it and we applied some science to it that we do whenever we do an organizational study, is come in and we look at span of control and logical alignment of functions. And then we also look at this topic, it's described in the report, called organizational leveling. And that has to do with, you don't want to have, someone up here that's got a lower position title than someone down here when you're looking at an organization chart. People pay close attention to the organization charts and where they fall on that relative to their peers. And so we did not find any organizational leveling issues. We thought by and large the logical alignment was pretty well done. And the only position we thought had a large span of control that was excessive was the deputy superintendent. And so there are 10 positions reporting to the deputy superintendent. There were 9 last year before the reorganization. And so all we did was we took the kind of some science approach to look at, a scientific approach to look at what a reasonable span of control based on 6 variables. And we analyzed these 6 variables and came up with a range of, I think it was 6 to 8, 5 to 8 direct reports. So that's what science says. And it doesn't necessarily reflect what is the best for LISD, but we want LISD to at least consider these organizational principles when it's establishing its organizational chart. Superintendent preferences certainly come into play. The skills of staff certainly come into play. And so we were just curious to see if we introduce these principles of organizational theory, what would that look like? And so long term, you want to make sure that the span of control isn't so large that you don't have difficulty attracting new candidates, that the new candidates that you bring in can do all of the things that your current person can do, and that those types of candidates are out there. I think we have an extraordinary individual in this position now, and I think that's why it's working so well. But again, you want to look not just at the person, but long term, what is best for the district. And so we didn't think you should change it right away. You just reorganized last year. Senior administration is not something you want to reorganize every year. And so we just really made a recommendation that this is something you ought to consider in future years. The last set of recommendations have to do with the decision-making framework. We provide a grid in the report that kind of explains what we mean. It talks about lots of different decisions that are can be made at the school level, at the school supervision level, at the central office senior administration level, or the superintendent level. But it just defines that framework. Right now, these decisions may be documented in various procedures, but it would be a nice thing to have to hand to a principal, to hand to administrators, to say, these are the decisions you need to make. And some of these are, it's not all or nothing. And you have some of these. You have a discipline checklist, I think, or discipline framework. And this is exactly the type of thing that we're talking about, is to apply that for a broader set of decisions. And so whether it's lunch schedules, buying computer software, we have 20 or 25 different decisions. It's just, we're not endorsing a particular recommendation as to where that decision is made. Just document it so that everybody knows, so that it's not left up to the school principal or the central administrator to decide how that decision should be made.
Those are the items that were just recently removed out of the local policy. So that was kind of the reorg that we had done with all the local policies, that we had taken it out because it wasn't true local policies. The need for it, yeah.
The next recommendation has to do with administrative regulations. This is also, we have some examples of these that exist. Some of them are called procedures. The principal operating procedures has some really good examples of what might be included, some of which might be included in administrative regulations. The primary difference between an administrative regulation and a procedure is that the superintendent approves them. Operating procedures do not usually require superintendent approval. They're for that department to figure out. But if it's important enough for the superintendent to provide guidance on, the board policy has left it to the superintendent to provide that guidance. That's where it should be, and it ought to be aggregated in one place and preferably aligned to your policy manual so that people can go down and see. And we put an example of a school district, I believe, in the San Antonio area that basically sets up your regulations, and you don't have one for every policy, but you can basically line them up under the applicable policies, and they're easier to find that way. The last one had to do with the modifying board policy to fully define the roles of the board and the administration regarding the general counsel position. And the general counsel position, the job description speaks to their responsibilities as general counsel to the administration and as attorney to the board. That's a dual role, and sometimes that can be a conflicting role. Not many times, and most of the responsibilities have to do with supporting the administration's legal needs. Our policy, we have a local policy that treats this position only as an administrative position, doesn't really reference the board role. So I think that is contributing to some confusion as to whether or not we have an incongruence. In my mind, we have an incongruence between the local board policy and the job description that needs to be addressed. One mentions board attorney, the other one does not. And so all I'm saying is let's make sure, and I think, our attorneys may not tell us that we need to fix that because it's a local policy, but we ought to tell our attorneys what we want. And if we want them to be congruent, if we want to make it clear, then instruct them to say, give us the language to achieve these objectives, instead of waiting for them to tell us what we need to do. So that concludes my presentation, and I am more than happy to entertain any questions at this point.
Do any of our board members have questions for Mr. Gibson? Ms. Cox?
Well, first of all, thank you for your team, all their hard work. Thank you to the committee for your hard work. And Ms. Riggle, I know you did a lot of work, so thank you for your hard work and all you do. So my question is, I actually had a couple of questions. In your professional opinion regarding our the board operating procedures, and you're saying to look over those and hold accountable, who is that person to do that? I mean, who is responsible to make sure we're following board operating procedures and our goals?
I think ultimately, I mean, the entire board, my understanding is the entire board approves those board operating procedures, correct? I would presume it would be the board president, but I don't know. I think that's a decision that maybe you need to make on whether there is some kind of, again, you guys are not working on committees, but it's really up to you. I don't have a recommendation on how you do that.
I didn't know if you'd seen that from other governance audits you've done, or just, I was just curious
I think
for
it's
my.
typically done by the board president.
We're just asking one question, President Sells,
Mm-hmm.
and then we'll still come back to my other questions. Okay.
Anybody else? Ms. Lasan?
My only question is just kind of for us in general. So we've gotten all these recommendations. Now what? I mean, are we going to?
Just
We're-
teed it right up.
Okay.
We're gonna, let's, you want to
wait.
talk?
But otherwise, I don't have.
Are
any
there more
for
questions?
him.
Do y'all have questions?
Oh, I have discussed this at length. so-
Okay, so let's go back to Ms. Cox then with her questions, because she was not on
Yeah.
the committee.
All right, so I just had two more questions. So the other one was, you mentioned in your report, it says the district goals on the website are different. What are you referring to?
I list them in the report. Let me find them for you.
You're saying our goals are different somewhere else?
Yes, the
Then
goals
I'll-
that we approved in our goal setting are different from those that we call goals on our website. They don't look anything alike. It's not like they're a few words off. They're phrased differently and they look.
So that's something we didn't get
Yeah, I
posted,
just
or?
think it was,
is that-
I think it was just they may have been mischaracterized as goals, but they're just not the same as our goals. We looked at them in August, they were not. So
So I guess my comment would be, Dr. Rogers, can we post those? Or I guess we'll be setting new goals, or I don't know what happened.
I'll find where it refers to that, but certainly we'll pass that on to communicate. I mean, I don't know if that's
Yeah, I don't know.
just
what-
an error, oversight on the website, but we'll follow up on that.
Yeah, we'll need some clarification on that. And then my last question is, Ms. Sells, I guess for you, or actually Mr. Miller, so on the lines of your question, so will this committee keep meeting for future audits that we're doing? So you will continue to have those meetings and, I guess, have reports to the board?
So, Mr. Miller, do you want to?
Yep.
Well, did
Great
you-
question.
Wait, did you have any questions?
No, I did not have any questions.
It's a great question.
Yes.
So there are a couple things. We will continue to meet in our current capacity until the officers change, and because the way that we've written our policy, I believe, policy, or, right?
In our board operating procedure.
Is that the
Yes,
vice president
in
of
the
the
board
board is the
operating
chairman
procedures.
of this committee. So this committee will exist until that changes. We have two other audits. I'll talk about next steps on this. We have two other audits. One is the employee services audit. We really are not involved. That's Gibson, and Mrs. Smith and her team are working that currently. And I think the PEAMS audit, we're in the process of getting started and gathering data. And there were some reasons why that's delayed given the year and the access to data. As it relates to this, though, and Mr. Gibson and I had a long conversation actually before our last board work session. Is not the committee's job to execute on the actions. It is the board's president. The board president can say, hey, on these things, I want the committee to form some action plans. She could say, as a matter of, she could say, I want a committee on governance so that Ms. Hassett can implement Lone Star governance. That's an example of a spin-off of this, but it's not our committee's job unless she gives it to us. There are other items like the superintendent evaluation and those types of things. There are cleanup things that we can do administratively with Dr. Rogers. I mean, obviously we want this to be a very amicable kind of transition, but our job as it relates to this audit would be complete. If Ms. Sells wants to have some other committees do some things within this, or us to make sure that, for example, we're attaching presentations or whatever, we can go through all that, but it's really our
board
primary
members can
function on this
also-
audit is complete.
If board members find something in the audit that they are particularly concerned about, then I think then you bring it up with Ms. Sells, and she determines how we go about addressing it.
And I think at this point, Mr. Miller and I need to sit down, he as the chair of this committee, because I did ask him that I wanted to hear from Mr. Gibson and what his take was on what I was reading before I sat down and we talk about, are there things that we can either begin or complete by the end of this year that are the recommendations that we want to look to. So,
So for clarification, so Mr. Gibson, you've given the report now to the board, your committee has met. You don't follow back up to say, did you implement these items? And we're not required as a board, right, to implement these items. Am I understanding this correctly?
They're
correct.
recommendations.
Just
And there
item
may
of
be,
discussion.
we may want to look at implementing some now, and then whoever the vice president of the board next year, who will be the chair of the committee next year, may then want to take a next chunk, and so forth.
Can I make a recommendation? There are recommendations on the table that are in the report. I would suggest if you have a strong feeling about any of those recommendations, positive, negative, that you let Ms. Sells, or, I mean, that's at your direction.
Yes.
Let them know, because I'm,
And
I
there-
certainly have some on some of the recommendations, that, because you can't eat an elephant in one bite.
Right.
You eat it one bite at a time. And I think that we need to, in some ways, prioritize what we see as, and it is somewhat prioritized already, but I mean, so that we can say, yes, this should be our number one priority, and how that works. That would be my, recommendation.
But isn't that what you and Mr. Miller are going to do too?
Yes, and we'll do that
But
too,
you're
but
gonna
we
need
would
input.
love the input.
But you need input
Yes,
from the remainder
and we would
of the
love the
board.
input. And it has been somewhat, a high, a medium, low on the report, but if you don't agree with any of those, please let us know.
So just another clarifying question, and I'm sorry to keep
No, you're
asking,
fine.
but just so we will have an election here in May, where we will have a new board member come that's not been privileged to this. So I would just ask that we put this to rest before that time, because I think it's hard for someone new coming in and then to provide input to all that. So could we put some time frames on these discussion items?
On our implementation, or the items we want to implement
The items we
first?
want to implement?
So I think that simply.
I would disagree.
I would disagree too.
Well,
Go ahead.
But I
Mrs.
honestly think that the report, that needs to be part of the onboarding of that new
Absolutely.
new trustee that comes on board, needs to be onboarded, even if that means sitting down and watching or reviewing these past meetings with that person. But I think to delay, we're looking at 3 or 4 months, 5, 6, 7, for them to even get their feet wet and kind of understand what's going on, possibly, and even farther than that, for them to, depending on who sits in that seat, whether they understand even the lingo. That's an important factor, is to understanding what's even being discussed here. I think to delay it delays the recommendations that are important, and that is, one of those is outcomes rather than output and things like that. And I don't know, maybe the members of the committee can speak to that.
I think a lot of them are easy to implement quicker than others. I think the items like choosing a governance model that we want to research and abide by, that we should wait until the other board member comes on, so they have understanding of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, we
But
would
some
never
of the-
do that.
Yeah, some of the other easier ones to implement, whether it's presentations that are presented to the board, or, oh my gosh, now I can't even.
And I
Well,
guess-
even looking at board operating procedures,
Board
we're going to
operating
be looking at those in April. We
So we
wouldn't
will
delay that because we weren't going to have somebody sitting in the seat.
Right, no, and I would agree with that, but I guess I'm talking about just the topics of discussion, that, okay, these are the items that we would like to implement, and yes, then you could work different time frames so the new board member would be a part of that, some of them, as you were suggesting, Ms. Hassett.
So I think the discussion that Mrs. Sells and I had last week was that she would decide how we break this up. I think a perfect example is governance structure, right? That's probably a committee, and I don't care to be on it. I think some people do.
Governance structure?
No,
Oh, you mean
like
a
just like a
governance
governance
A
framework,
model
right?
framework.
I'm teasing her, of course. Those are things that require a committee to look into, and we probably won't have that done by May. But I do think you're right, that to the extent that we can have an action plan to complete as much of this as possible, the administrative piece, I'm not talking about organizational, but some of the other things that we think we could, depending on how Ms. Sells wants to structure this, complete those things by the end of April, which is when they need to be done.
Well, and I think too, each one of these pieces, I'm guessing we'll be discussing to some end. So if there's something in there, that you or we or whoever thinks, oh, I really think we should wait, we can say that.
Agreed.
Just not do it.
Yeah,
So,
and I think even for the governance piece of this, we're going to have to, there's got to be work up front before that actually is decided on. And so I think to even do a portion of that work now and just doing a little bit of investigation, we're just more ahead of the game when that new person is elected, and then we can make those kind of decisions once that person is seated. So
Yeah, there are a lot of things we just can't slow down on just because we got a new person, right? I think that's kind of what you're saying too. So there are a couple other things. One is so I think in the next meeting, in the consent, we will have an item that says we will receive or approve the report. I can't remember the word. Approve the report.
It's
You will see you have the report. We will approve the report. There's another item, I believe, in the same thing that's approving the companies that is that in the consent too?
it's an RFQ.
Yeah, so
That was last month.
we did that last month, yeah.
There's something in it. I just saw it. There's something. Isn't there some? Where did it go? I know. Don't we have an RFQ, an RFP, or something?
Yeah.
It's a different audit. Never mind. Okay.
So
I saw it.
what we agreed to was, we had, I think, 5 companies that we thought were capable of this. We just kind of renewed that. Think about the same concept of us renewing CMRs. That's what we did. These are the 5 companies that we will go out to bid.
Three. There's
3.
only 3.
I'm sorry. 3. The one other thing that we will do in the next 2 months is come back to you, I think around March or April, and recommend to you, based on the efficiency audit, and we want to get your input on this, is what are the other 2 things we would do next year. So we need to keep doing things. And so we want to come get a recommendation, have agreement, and then Mr. Martin would work with us to put those out to bid again, just like we did before. That is a task that we would perform.
So that we would come back as a committee, just like we did this last time in March, and we would say the committee recommends A, B, C, or A, B. I don't know. And then it would be up to you all to tell us we agree, we disagree, and then at that point, that's when we go back out, just like we did this.
Right.
This audit was a little bit easier because we were able to do it over the summer because it's us. And it didn't require a lot of staff time. And we need to get it in the budget.
I will send an email out tomorrow requesting feedback from you all, or I'm not sure. I'll have Ms. Riggle send that email out. And then if you all could just respond to that, and we'll, then when I meet with Mr. Miller, just on your priorities.
What's the deadline? You're going to think
Yeah,
about the deadline?
please
You don't
put
have
a
to decide
deadline on
now,
it.
but include it in the email that Ms. Riddle sends.
I would like it to be Friday, but I want you all to have time, so let's do, Mr. Miller, if we're having this on the consent, just to approve, how
I
about?
think for Friday...
It's hard.
if
How about the Friday after?
Oh, yeah, I think that's...
The Friday after the 8th,
I think-
whatever, 8, 9, 10, 11,
That's when we would go through
14,
the action
15.
items, yeah.
12.
12.
Hey, and
Stick
to
one.
be clear,
Yes.
we're not bashful about calling Mr. Gibson to ask for advice on best practices where we think, I mean, Ms. Cox, kudos to you. And we had this, I think, after Team of 8, when this document went out, you had a question in the document, if you recall. We actually discussed that with Mr. Gibson. So we wanted to make sure that we covered everybody's concerns as they came to us, right? So.
That satisfy?
Yes.
Anybody
Thank
else
you.
have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Be
Have a
safe.
safe
Yes.
travels back.
Thank you. And I
Hope
br-
Joy's a good driver.
I appreciate, I'm driving home, and I appreciate you pushing me up on the
Yeah,
agenda.
we need a break.
Yes.
I apologize if it was an inconvenience to others.
Catherine?
Yeah,
Oh, to us.
all good.
Madam President, can we take just a 5-minute recess?
Absolutely.
Or 2-minute recess, whatever?
Yes, we can take a 2-minute recess. The time is now 7:50.
Thank you.
Did I say 2 minutes?
Be gone for an hour.
I can do that.
Okay.
We got this now.
We're used to it.
Your new reality, right?
Yep.
This is the way we've always done it.
All back, and if we could call back into session at 7:54. And Dr. Rapp, you're first up tonight.
Yes. Okay, well, thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board. We are here with you tonight to give you another update from the school chiefs. We know, as we talked about in our presentation in the fall, there are many areas that the school chiefs support and that they're asked to do. And one of the things that we provided an update to you on at that time was an overview of the TPES process, as principal evaluation and growing our principals is one of the most important things that we do. So tonight we want to take a deeper look into the goal setting part of the TPES process, which of course goal setting happens early on, but from December to February, principals have to show data related to progress on their goals and show artifacts. And that's the mid-year conferences that the chiefs have with principals that they're doing right now. One of the things that it's important to remember about the TPES goal setting process is that it is prioritizing areas of development for the principal as a professional independent of campus-related needs. So it's really about growing the campus leader. Therefore, the primary goal is focused on the principal's individual growth, while a secondary goal must be developed to address student growth on the campus. And that's what leads to those robust conversations that they have with the principals as we look to grow each of them every year. So for our format this evening, they're each going to share with you examples of goals that they have been discussing as part of the principal evaluation system, what data they look to, and then we'll close it up. So just a very brief look tonight at the goal setting process. And I'm turning it over to Mr. Plunkett.
Right, good evening. Like Dr. Rapp said, we each picked 2 goals, and it's interesting because we chose 2 separate goals each, but I do have some principals that chose the same goal, maybe that Rhonda's presenting or that one of the other group. So it's interesting how it all overlaps. But the 2 I chose, the first one is a principal chose to increase the CCMR data points and college readiness indicators by explaining all of the opportunities to the staff and how this affects college success. So the data points in this goal were number of students taking the TSI, implementing the ACT and SAT school day tests during the school year to increase the number of students that they had actually taken the SAT and ACT, also the ASVAB, AP test, dual credit classes, and CTE certifications. There were several parts of data that we look at each time I walk the campus, work with that principal, and go into classrooms. The second goal was one from one of our career centers, actually both of our career centers, but it was developing advisory boards for 100% of the career center programs. The addition of advisory boards will enhance the instruction, implement relevant curriculum, and increase certifications. So the data on that, we walk every single program. Every time I walk both of the buildings, we get an update on the certifications that the students are taking, the master calendar of the advisory board meetings. We look at the members of the advisory boards, how relevant they are to the course and to the certification, and look at the master schedules, and constantly adding new people to their boards and reviewing the data. Hand it off.
Okay, so I have the next one. We did try to choose different goals a little bit so you could get a variety of what we see. I'm losing my voice as well just a little bit. My first goal is, or our first goal is 90% of the students and staff will respond positively to weekly principal messages correlating with the second step curriculum during 2021 school year. So some of the data that we would look at to review that are the weekly newsletters that are sent to the staff every Sunday night. These newsletters on hers include shout-outs, motivational video clips, deadlines that are approaching for teachers, other announcements as needed. It's very positive, and really a strong list of positive statements are made throughout, so that everyone sees the importance of implementing the second step curriculum with fidelity. The principal includes a 3-minute video for the entire school using examples from the lesson plan for the week. She also used a survey to staff and students, discipline data, teacher input, and verbal feedback from teachers and community members. All other student growth data is also reviewed: iStation CBAs, economically disadvantaged, trend data, etc. I have included some links. We're not going to look at these today for efficiency, but I did include a link this week of one of her videos for the second step, what they were covering. Some of the feedback from the students was really cute. If you want to go in and read that, it's on the survey. And she has actually started using some of the feedback that she did receive from some of the students. One of the students put in there, one of the fourth grade students said please include examples of each of these concepts so we will know. And as a result of all of her work, discipline has gone down. Of course, discipline has gone down on most campuses right now, but it's a very positive situation with the staff and students. My second goal is Panorama results will reflect an improvement of at least 15 points on the item specifically: how effectively do school leaders communicate important information to teachers? This item had dropped 14 points last year in spring of 2020, and to 59%. She was not happy about that, so she wanted to address it. Success will be measured by a score of at least 71% on the spring 2021 Panorama survey. I took a sneak peek today, and she met that, by the way. 15 newsletters covering these topics would be produced. She's already produced 15 at mid-year because it was so positive. COVID procedures, staff highlights, professional development opportunities, instructional expectations, self-care resources, deadlines for items, etc. All of this is in one location versus sending multiple emails to the staff throughout the months. So it's been really well received. In fact, she said when you walk down the hallway and someone says, "Hey, when is blah, blah, blah?" they'll go, "Look at your newsletter." That's the answer that they're getting. So they have used collaboration to bring together. Also, when the newsletter came out, she ended up doing it for the parents as well because it was so successful with her staff. And this is how they figured out a way to bring the virtual and in-person world together. Their Stuco meets at 3:45 so that everyone can attend. Their Student Lighthouse group, this is a Leader in Me campus, so the student reps meet from 4th and 5th virtually at that same time on different days. And the verbal feedback from teachers and parents, there are few discipline referrals, fewer questions, and all of the data is also reviewed with this. I've included here a teacher and a parent newsletter.
And we'll follow up with this presentation tomorrow so you can click on those links at your convenience.
And then I have the next one, and I'm going to apologize for my voice right now. And I do realize it is COVID time, but I think it's just laryngitis. I didn't want to miss being with y'all tonight. So the first goal that I chose was actually one of our newer principals. She was a new principal last year, and she's a principal at a campus that has several APs. And so she realized that she needed to be clear and efficient in what her expectations were. And we had done training, we mentioned it last time, on the ESF, the Foundational Essential Action Steps through TEA, the success criteria. And so her goal is she'll have written clear, transparent roles and responsibilities and core leadership tasks, including observations, debriefs, and leadership teams will be scheduled on weekly calendars. And so we looked at her list of responsibilities. It's in the handbook. So all the campus all the staff on the campus knows who to direct what question to. Her weekly calendars, PLC schedules and agendas, it's broken down by that, and all the other pieces. So that was the first one. The second goal I chose was, it's also a Leader in Me school, and this principal wrote, I will ensure that all teachers are implementing small group reading instruction and goal setting, tracking daily, so that at least 85% of K-5 students will track their lead measures in their leadership notebooks to either meet their monthly reading goal or to be on Tier 1. I did include on here two different points of data. The first one is the goals that she had written, and you'll be able to see it based on monthly, if they met their goal or not by grade level. And then the second part is being a Leader in Me campus, they talk a lot about WIGs. And I know y'all been on campuses and probably seen that term. And it's a wildly important goal. And so it's just a brief presentation on how she goal sets with her staff and how she wrote her goal. So I thought y'all might be interested in that. So those were the two that I chose with this. Leanne?
So I chose two different goals dealing with student data just to show kind of differently of how those can be utilized. And the first one was with one principal to where her real focus was to increase the culture of expectations for all students by developing efforts to develop, plan, and implement shared practices and expectations in PLCs. Her focus is to align the planning and discussions to focus on the 4 overarching questions of PLCs while using a data-driven and backwards design planning model. So there's been a lot of work with developing PLCs at this campus, and they're looking at data in a couple of different ways, more holistically campus-wide, and with specific areas such as your gates, CBAs, study sync, and work samples and performance tasks, but also some informal data and formative assignments such as, some do now, some exit tickets, and those quick ways of getting that feedback piece. But it's really, her focus is trying to raise the level of expectations to where we're not keeping those students down at lower levels. And so we're trying to see how the professional learning and the work in those PLCs is impacting student growth. The second campus that I chose is one to where we really focused in more on a smaller population, so the principal is working with those specific students to track and having conversations with teachers about this 40 to 50 students that she's tracking throughout the year. And she identified students who aligned with the demographics of the campus. And what I like to see principals do in these situations is have the 40 to 50 students on a spreadsheet. I didn't attach it. I just didn't do it because the students identified. But I like for them to model for the teachers the student progress throughout the year on one document so they can pull data from last year, look at the progress of the student throughout the year, and then it's training teachers to not have all these different reports all over everywhere, that if you keep it in one location, they can see when a child dips, they can see an immediate jump up, they can look back and reflect on what they've done with that student or the ones that are struggling, and then put in some differentiation and individual work with those specific set. And it's very intentional conversations in PLCs about those kids. So, and then there's a list there of just different things we track on the spreadsheets.
So now we're going to talk just a little bit about support that's provided after the goals have been developed. And a lot of that support happens, as you heard in their conversation. So Ms. Godby's going to go over this slide with us.
You look surprised.
Oh, are you?
That's okay, I can do it.
Okay.
Okay, so the ongoing conversations and support for goals. Well, Lori can't speak, so I'm sure. Review data and share with principals how to track data in one location for ease of conversations with staff and measuring progress. So I've been working tonight actually doing that same thing, so they can see their progress from last year at this time with their CBAs or not. We're able to start seeing gaps already or not. I texted Dr. Rapp to let her know that the reading CBAs didn't look so bad. I was really happy about it, even on our title campuses. the gaps weren't that big. So it's really good that we can see that early on. Conversations with principals about multiple methods of measuring progress other than just STAR. Walking classrooms in identified areas to look for implementation of focused areas, TEKS objectives being covered, and on-level curriculum implementation. And we do walk with them and pull up the curriculum scope and sequence to see that they are following pretty closely within a week or so of the curriculum. Discussing all forms of quantitative data as well as some qualitative data to make decisions. What is the data telling us when looking at all of it together versus one particular set? All of it together. Tell us about a campus. How does this support look given level orange and COVID? Some in-person conferences, virtual conferences, and talk about both types of learning environments. Of course, you all are aware that we've seen a little bit of a dip in our virtual learning in some areas, mostly because lack of attendance or lack of not completing. I met with a parent today, actually virtually, to talk about that very thing, claiming that the 504 accommodations were not met. And it's simply because the child's missed 46 days of school. And the principal had really laid out, this is how many times we met live, this is how many times your daughter was there, this is how many assignments were not finished. So it's very easy for us to be able to figure out where the breakdown is when we're able to track it like that. And it's a concern. That's probably our biggest concern, probably overall right now, I would think, at least in elementary, is the attendance sometimes in the virtual. And it's hard to control from afar. So that's been something that we've been really talking with principals about daily.
And then last time we talked about there are a variety of areas, and so Mr. Plunkett's just going to hit some highlights of other things that are going on during this season of time.
We're wrapping up our midterms right now, so we're walking the campuses and we're having basically the same conversations with all the principals. Right now, as we do their evaluation, they're doing the mid-years on their assistant principals and their teachers, so we kind of walk through that with them, any concerns they have. A lot of times, maybe just a think partner about some of the conversations that they're having with assistant principals or teachers. We're also beginning staffing and looking at next year's numbers and how they're going to do their master schedule, how they're going to set up their classes, so we work through that spreadsheet usually with them. Our normal conflict resolution, at this point in the game, we're still getting some parents that are worried that we're too strict with COVID and some that we're not strict enough, so we're kind of balancing that and having those conversations. And a lot of times they're asking what's going on at other schools, how are they doing this, how are they doing that, so we walk through that with them. We do the failure rates, struggling students. That's, I think, the one goal that all of us are working on right now is how this current school year is going to end with anything we can do now to be proactive with failure rate, loss of credit, attendance issues, any of that. We're getting everything prepared now to help as many people be successful as possible. And then we also, I guess finally, we're the liaisons between the principals, special ed, and all the other departments here. So we're constantly having those conversations as well.
So I think just even a small sample of the goals that you've been shown tonight really demonstrate that our leaders have continued during the school year to focus on their improvement even while they're leading during this crazy pandemic. And I was reading about school leadership and came across what this article said, and I do think it really sums up the challenges our school leaders and the people that support our school leaders are facing. Right now, one of the biggest challenges for schools is the health and well-being of staff, students, and the community. As Heffernan puts it, remembering that this is a health crisis, first and foremost, people are focusing on keeping everyone safe and then ensuring that students and teachers are supported as best they can be to find ways to move forward productively into a future that's still really uncertain and changing rapidly. And people have a high amount of anxiety right now about that. The author of the article says, principal and teacher well-being is a major problem. Leaders and teachers are exhausted. Despite that exhaustion, this is wrap and commentary, you just heard we're going over data. We're having goal conversations. We're focused on not talking about continuous improvement. They have given everything to get their schools and communities through this time. I think that they're doing all they can to mitigate these negative impacts on their well-being. And so we appreciate having this opportunity just to share a little window into what the goals are like, what those conversations are like. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may want to ask these people.
Okay. Let's start with Ms. Lasan.
I am looking forward to seeing the presentation that you send where we can click on the links and see all the little videos and things. I think that's going to be awesome. And I just wanted to say, I don't have any questions for you guys, really. I just want to thank you for all that you do. And I'm sure each one of us have had a conversation with you about, someone who comes to us with a question or whatever, and we end up with you guys. And I just want to say thanks for all you do. I know you each wear so many different hats. You listed a few of them there, but I feel like y'all get the other duties as assigned a lot, probably. So anyway, and I know y'all have been working so hard the past year that we've been in this mess. So thank you for all of that.
Mr. Miller?
No, I would echo Ms. Lasan. Thank you. And so, I think to her point, we all get questions sometimes from parents and teachers. And I appreciate, one, the flexibility we get from Dr. Rogers and Dr. Rapp to be able to go to you directly. And I think we've had success remediating some things quickly in a number of areas. And I'm grateful for how responsive you guys are, at the same time managing in a very difficult environment. I mean, right, I get it, right? The only thing I would offer is, to the extent that we could be helpful, I know that some campuses go outside and bring people in to do a Zoom video for a career day or whatever, anything along those lines where the board could be helpful. We used to actually get invited to lots of these things. And so to the extent that they're comfortable, because they're not always comfortable with a board member doing that, the career day or a presentation that would help you as you're doing this, us supporting you, I would make that offer. I'm sure we all would. So, but thank you for that. You guys were efficient in your presentations, and it was. I don't know. You must have read the board.
Except for the small font. I'm still working on that goal.
Go get your M&Ms when you're done.
Yeah.
Ms. Hassett?
I do have a question, two-part question, really. What happens if you believe a principal needs a different goal than the ones that they have had? And what happens if the principal disagrees with you on your goal that you want them to have?
Never happened, right?
They're all looking at each other.
You're the boss. They don't disagree.
I've questioned one before. Several people maybe had an idea in mind, but after we look at the data, our goal is to come up with the same idea of where it might need to be. But most of the time, they come up with it themselves. I mean, they are all looking at data. I'm very proud of how far our principals have come with, and sometimes they find some things that we can look at that we haven't thought about. So I'm really proud of them.
And there are some times that we may need to nudge them
Yes,
a little
of
bit
course.
with conversation and questions. And so, but we haven't had anybody just refuse a goal or anything like that. So.
But they also have autonomy to say that this is really something that I think I want to work on. And
The one autonomy that middle school did not have was the area of focus for me this year. Since we narrowed down the number of goals, they had to have a goal in instructional leadership with me. Now, they had flexibility in choosing that goal, and we discussed that, but for middle school, unfortunately, that was where I landed with a single, that goal. So,
thank you.
Great. Ms. Prosnick?
Okay, so I'm the Grinch who stole Christmas here, because I'm looking at some of these goals and they're tasks. They're not goals, in my opinion. And they're, a goal is a wish unless it has an accountability to it. And I'll start like to increase CCMR. By how much? What is that? I prefer to see more specific goals, because I think then, or if at least it's included in the language, you may know what that is, but it needs to be included in that language. Because otherwise, I can think, as a principal, I've met it, I increased it by 2. But in your mind, it needed to be increased by 10% or whatever that number might be. And so that would be my only, thing. I'm very big on goals not being tasks. There are tasks that we need to do to achieve the goal, but a goal is a goal, and there are tasks to do that.
Can I interject?
Absolutely.
Okay. So a lot of the times in Strive, the way it's written, you may not see the measurable piece written in the specific goal. It's in the expected measurable outcomes. So we have several of what you're referencing in that piece. It's hard for us to list because you don't want to attach a progress measure to one thing. So like for us, student progress, you don't want to just say star. It will be listed, improve reading scores by 5% at this grade level is one expected measurable outcome. Then we may have CBAs, gates, all of those things. So they're there. It's just not in specific
not in the
wording
goal.
of the goal.
Okay.
In the format.
In the format, yes.
That's helpful because,
Yes.
Once again, I'm just a.
And the tasks are a lot of times
taskmaster.
more in detail in the strategies.
So what happens if they don't reach them?
That's highly likely this year.
Right. I mean, and by the way, that's not a, I mean,
Right.
you know, trust me, I set some goals last year I didn't quite meet, so,
And that's what a goal is for. I mean, we want to reach that goal, but if we set it a little too high, and as long as we're making progress toward it, I mean, we look at that and we'll extend it. But there has to be some progress made toward it. For example, I think I talked last time about a principal wanting to increase the star to a percentage in Tier 1. And the percentile scores in Tier 1 range from 40th percentile to 100. So a child that was at the 40th percentile may not pass star, and I don't think that's high enough. So I asked her to do higher. Well, she went for, I'm laughing because she went for 80, she tried to go for 90%, 90th percentile. 90% of my students will be at the 90th percentile. I said, okay, so you have all these units here that you're not going to get that far. So she brought it to 80, and right now she's sitting close to 50. And so at mid-year. So it was a really high goal, but she has really moved those kids up in the percentile, which is huge.
So then, will that be a goal for them next year?
She'll continue.
I mean, will she continue that same goal?
And I have a new principal this year that I'm working with that had written the goal based on last year's data. Well, there was a dip coming in, so had already started lower than what was predicted. So we've turned it into a 3-year goal now at mid-year because just it's spacing it out. And the great news is they're making progress throughout, just not up to the 80% that she had targeted. So we did change it that way where it was a 3-year goal because it's going to be a target for them.
Okay, Ms. Cox?
Are we asking just one question, or can I ask all my questions?
Just go.
Okay, so I have a few questions. First of all, yes, thank you, because I really am appreciative of the work that you do, and I really feel like, especially in the situation we're in with the virtual and in person, you guys can be some of those helpers for those principals, just like Ms. Scobie, you just said, making a phone call. I mean, I can't tell you how much I'm sure the principals really appreciate that, just having the extra person to help facilitate some of that where our kids are, needing assistance and help. So my first question is, and thank you for enlightening me with my little questions, is regarding the Career Center. What evaluations or do you do walkthroughs to assure that we are teaching what the curriculum requires for those certifications and make sure our kids are getting the correct curriculum to receive that certification?
Jason Cooper and I worked together, and he developed that matrix last year it's from the state, and it's how to measure Career Center programs and how to measure certifications. And there's a whole long document that I'm sure he could provide us that goes through. And, now it's all tied to the careers in your community or in your state, that they have guidelines, things that they're looking for. So there's a whole list of look-fors that we go through, and it's all in a document. So we kind of tag team every area. And then when the people come, I actually attend the advisory board's meetings. Jason and I both do. They bring the document from the whatever the area is. I'm thinking like right now we've done a lot with the auto collision at West, And there is a document provided by the state of every category that we should be looking for, so all the look-fors.
Yeah, and Ms. Cox, I think this is about the question you asked me, and I actually responded to you today, but I doubted that you probably got to see it. I did talk to Mr. Cooper. He'll provide some specific information about that specific program. He and I visited about that. But I think in general, the expectation is that not only is it the school chiefs that are walking classrooms, of course they're there not every day, but the expectation is principals walk classrooms, and of course Mr. Cooper, because he's CT, executive director, is watching, so walking classrooms. But as far as the specifics that I think you're alluding to, you'll have some more information once I get it. So.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay. The one thing I didn't hear, you kind of alluded to it a little bit, Ms. Scobie, but is it was more push out of information to our staff, but I didn't see like staff engagement. I know there were 2 goals, and I'm very appreciative the goals are short, but what staff engagement are the principals like helping to engage their staff?
So depending on the goal, the focus of the instructional leadership part is the work they're doing in PLCs where they're facilitating and asking questions. They may provide, I met with a different principal today. She has been providing a different goal, not here, but she's been providing articles and reflection for them because she's impacting the school culture overall to impact student learning. And so she's, what we model a lot, Lori shared a happiness journal with us that what we've modeled, she's now doing with her staff, which is modeling for teachers, which then model for students about how creating that positive environment and building those relationships ultimately will impact the learning organization as well. And so whether it's articles, whether it's information via newsletters, whether it's just leading, conversations and those data pieces in PLCs, that's part of how they're getting staff engaged because they're looking at the data and doing the work together.
May I add a little bit?
Yeah.
I alluded to some videos that were put into one of the newsletters. They're very powerful. They really do a good job of selecting those. I'm sorry, I have a lifesaver in my mouth, so I won't call. And so I get those on Sunday night. Everyone who's doing them CCs me. If I see one that's just really powerful, I'll share it with the other principals so they can put it in theirs the next week so they don't all have to, reinvent the wheel all the time. And these are really powerful socio-emotional engagement for the staff to kind of refuel them in such hard times that they're dealing with right now. I know you all know I lost a teacher on one of my campuses. A teacher lost. That principal is amazing. She has worked hard to try to hold it together and keep everybody focused on why we're here while supporting the teachers. And can I just say this little bit?
Well, and I think, Ms. Cox, it's important out of the 8 goals that y'all shared, how many different principles did that represent? I mean, 8 different, but there's 68, and so some of them, according to what the data's discussed between the chief and the principal, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot more goals that you could have seen. I just want to be clear. It may be, hey, their panorama data dipped like that one principal, and so that's their area of focus. All of them have academic achievement goals, but then they have some latitude on what the data is showing as far as staff engagement or whatever else, culture of the campus or whatever.
I hope Dr. Fitzhugh has a dashboard for you all for each campus. You need one. Okay, I just have a few more questions. So,
Poor Dr. Fitzhugh.
Yes. So thank you for allowing me to ask my question. So does the STEM academies have an additional goal to make sure that we're meeting those STEM requirements at those campuses?
Elementaries, last year, Bridlewood had the national STEM goal as her goal. She dropped it this year because they're all nationally certified. So it just varies they don't have anything in particular difference all the time. Robin is targeting reading this year with everything, so it just varies on what their needs are at the time.
Okay.
I would just add that they have engineering curriculum that is put into each of the areas to help with that. Although they are struggling a little bit this year because of the manipulatives and COVID. So they're not getting, some of what they get every year, but that's understandable.
Right, yes. That was kind of what I was looking for. So here's my next question is, we're pushing the kids, that need to have extra attention and help, our gifted and talented kids who need to be pushed to that higher level. What are we doing for, I know this is a question that's always asked, but our middle-of-the-road kids to push them, especially during these times when it's kind of just status quo and they're okay with that because we're just moving along. So what are we doing for those kids?
That's my favorite thing to talk to them about because in iStation it really stands out. You have those kids in the 90th percentile or the 80th percentile, and you have a very large group between the 40th and the 60th or 70th. And we've kind of looked at, Sarah's told us about what percentile they need to be at to get mastered. So we're really pushing them to try to get there. It's impossible for all of them to get there, of course. But so they're really looking at those percentiles, and I had really good feedback from Trish that the principals were all talking about that when they're doing the literacy check-ins, about pushing those middle kids who can move really the most, and so they are looking at it.
Okay, I promise a few more. How often do you guys walk your campuses, and do you see your principals, and do you divide that equally, like each school gets to see you 4 times a year, or so you're not just seeing one campus and then never going back to that campus again because they're doing great, or so how does that work with you all?
We all have a minimum number that we walk, which is usually probably 5 times. But like examples like this year where we're doing COVID checks and level orange checks, I would say we're on average at least 2 campuses a day, and it just depends on what we're doing and what we're working on. So it's usually a lot more than that, but it's this year's just been a really it's a weird year. So like I've walked a lot during lunch this year, and just different times to look for different things. But then when we're meeting with the principal, that's when we're walking classrooms, looking at things for their goals, looking at academic achievement, looking at instruction. So I'd say at least 5 times a year.
So 5 times a year, each campus is going to see you guys?
Yes.
Well,
I mean,
don't have
or
a
maybe
number.
more.
I'm doing 10. I had mine signing up next week for 10 a day at each campus. That's because I'm behind, and I'm not because I was sick. I got quarantined because of my children. Then I got sick, and they didn't want me on campuses because it was a different virus, but it got into my chest, so they didn't want me to get COVID. So I will be doing 10 each at each campus coming up. But I have some on some campuses before all that happened, but I'm behind my usual year. I think that's what he's alluding to. We're all a little bit behind because of other issues.
And my goal this year is to walk with the assistant principals and get to know them. And so I've done some walks just with them this year that's a little different than walking with just the principals.
I don't have a minimum number where I try to be out there as often as I can. Walking campuses, walk a minimum of 5 times with a principal throughout the year, but I'm there a lot more throughout the year.
I presume y'all are there a lot more this year, by all means, whether conversation. Okay, and then my last question, sorry, but who does evaluations on DAP, teams, and focus on the future? Who does those campus walkthroughs and evaluations?
Teams.
I have LLC. Rhonda has JJ.
She said focus on the future.
I was just thinking of
Kathy
different.
does
Kathy
focus
Talbot.
on that.
She'd want, okay.
Dr. Talbot.
And are those goals differently, or are they set differently from the goals you guys have talked about? For like the teams and the DAP and?
Well, like some of the socio-emotional of teachers and staff, a lot of them have those as well. Teams team, she chose several goals this year, not several, but more than one, and I believe one of them was about the social emotional staff.
Like Angie at LLC, because her students are in and out, it's hard to do, but she can do progress of graduations or increase of enrollment. We look at lots of different things. I think but her goal this year is talking about really rebranding and sharing information out to the community to try to increase that enrollment piece as well.
And some of those programs have shifted, so like DAP is now going to shift to fall under a different person, so that will change. But
I guess my last comment is just as we're looking towards the next school year, and I know Dr. Rogers, he communicates with us a lot as a board, but I just think it's real important, your feedback as you're on these campuses and you see, hey, this program is really working well for our kids on this campus. We really need the board to continue to support that. Or we really could use this next year as we're looking at the virtualness. I would really love your feedback as we're looking at next year, setting the budget and programs as we need to vote as a board. Thank you.
Is that it, Ms. Cox?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that was great. No, great. And of course, echoing and the other board members stole some of mine, but I was just wondering, do all the principals have the same number of goals? Or are you really individualizing them based on what are the factors, the campus?
We have a minimum number. Some add additional goals, but we have, and the minimum number significantly, because we've had 3, we've had 2. This year we narrowed down to 1 specific because of COVID and we knew what was going to happen with. So, but some of my principals have 2, but the minimum was the 1 for this year.
Okay. So it really is the principal, the campus, and those factors. I just want to make sure that we're not just setting the same goals for everyone when nothing's the same on any of our campuses, and we all know that. Just wanted to make that out there. And then the timeline for those goals, you alluded to that might be a 3-year. So each of those goals might have a different timeline within the goal, depending on, and that's something that you discuss and set with those principals?
The goals are all about growth, so they're not really about gotcha, like if you don't have this
Right.
done by this date. It's-
Okay.
So we're looking for growth, and one thing we didn't really talk about is the artifacts. So as they're working towards a goal, they're submitting artifacts on whatever it is that they're working on. We're constantly working through that, so then we might collaboratively say, all right, let's extend this goal. You're making great progress, but let's just, like Rhonda said, you might not get there by May, so let's just keep it going. So they all have several goals of several things in each one of the domains that they're working on every year. But the way the TPAS instrument is you're supposed to pick one specific goal to measure a certain way, but they're constantly working on several different things.
And then how soon after COVID happened did you all get back out there with your principals and talk about these goals and how they might change? And I guess we probably didn't even know how that might happen, but looking forward, are you going to readjust? I mean, I could see having a goal, but now with COVID, you talked about that dip. You reevaluate these at the end of every year?
Sure.
Okay.
We actually have a process that we go through at the end of the year. As we close out that goal, we do reflection on the full instrument to talk about areas that we might want to look at for next year. And then over the summer, they look at data, pull everything that they have, and then narrow it down as we then start over and talk about in August to determine where do we want to focus for this next year.
Perfect. Well, thank you all for being
I think
here.
Ms. Sells, and y'all can chime in on this, I think it's real important for the board to know this is a very time-intensive process, very different than when I was a principal 20 years ago. On average, for one principal to set the goals, to have the mid-year, to have the reflection at the end, how many hours is that?
At least 9. That's
Yeah,
not
at least 9 hours for
With
one.
us, with us.
Yeah,
That's
with
9
you,
hours
not-
with us.
Yeah,
with each person.
yeah, so, which is a great process. I think that's important. I need to be clear. I mean, it is a very extensive process. We think it's good. It's the state process, but we think it's much better than the old system.
Well, thank y'all very much for being here tonight. We appreciate it. And
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, Lori, especially you. I like that.
Yeah.
Call you Grandma Lori.
And moving on, Dr. Rapp.
Okay, so Dr. Fitzhugh and Manya Crow and Jill Adams are going to come up for our counseling program evaluation. Of course, we are continuing to evaluate according to the cycle that we established with you all that's also in your district improvement plan, just a plug for that. And so we'll be talking about the counseling program, student assistance counselors and social workers this evening.
There's the clicker. Hmm?
There's a second clicker
Oh,
somewhere.
right here, here. Hang on, let me wipe it off.
I mean, we can shove it back. No, no, it's
Oh. She'll disinfect it.
Vector.
You're up.
Yes, sir.
Or
I
down.
felt like my chair was a little up too, so I needed to fix
said
that.
or down.
Sorry.
You might pull that mic close.
Is that better?
Yeah, with your mask. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. Tonight we are here to look at the program evaluation for student assistant counselors and social workers. This was a program that started in 2018-19. So we have two complete-ish, because COVID happened, years of data to look at tonight. It was a program that was started to meet the needs of our students. We hired these positions to really target specific groups of students. Tonight, as we look at our data, we're going to pull in some general professional counseling data to look at kind of as a comparison, but these are really tailored positions that had real specialized roles. This is just a copy. Every program that we do an evaluation on, we have a template that kind of is our guide for how we're going to evaluate the program. It lets us know what data we're going to look at. So this is just so you know, this is the template that is on file with us in our department that we kind of use to help set up how we're going to look at this program. And so, Ms. Crow.
As Dr. Fitzhugh mentioned, we're going to touch on the department as a whole at different times. So to give you a bit of an interest of the scope of the work of the department, we support all campus counselors, all student assistance counselors, social workers, in addition to our student age parent program social workers. And then underneath in each of those columns, you'll notice a scope of work that any of our campus counselors could be called to support. We've had many campus counselors that have supported our Ask an Expert series. They support our back to school fair, participate on our care team, refer to our choices programming, of course, certainly do a lot with dual credit and collegiate academy. Future pathways, supporting our students served through McKinney-Vento and ESSA. And in addition to that, we have representation on our United Way leadership team boards. And the reason we point this out is because certainly this describes the width and the breadth of the role of the professional school counselor, and that will help us as we move forward looking at how our specialized positions get a lot more vertical into some of these particular concerns.
So when we talk about the purpose of the program, over the past few years, there's been a lot of emphasis on the whole child. We know that our students are coming to school not just coming for academics anymore. They're bringing their families, they're bringing their experiences. And so when we say whole child, the purpose of creating these positions was to support everything that they're bringing to the table so that they can learn and they can meet their future goals. In addition, there are some legislative pieces that have come up with Senate Bill 11 and House Bill 18. Senate Bill 11 is school safety and inclusion. House Bill 18 talked about trauma-informed care, a lot of pieces with mental health, and then it also, in 2018, Texas adopted the the Texas Model for Comprehensive School Counseling Programs, which was really a big shift from the guidance counselor who was very academic and linear to intentionality and a lot of planning into a program that encompasses everyone in the school community. In addition, social emotional learning has been integrated into the TEKS, and it has been put into some state mandates. And so all of those pieces legislatively moved to a need to support the creation of the programming and also the pieces that come along with that. Our student assistance counselors and social workers are integral parts of our care team. Our care team, remember, is the team that is privileged to get to walk with campuses when they experience a loss. And so they serve either as facilitators or as just supporting members of every single care team that we do. Family system support, we have always talked about parent engagement, but the difference in family system support is a lot of times when students are bringing their pieces to the table, there is a family system piece that has to be addressed, whether it's generational poverty, generational things like addiction, homelessness, or just family systems that are dysfunctional. And the specialized pieces with the social work role are they really get to work on that family system piece. And lastly, we talk about purpose. Our McKinney-Vento and ESSA population, which is the Federal Homelessness Act, and then our students who are served in foster care, our numbers continue to grow every year for that, and our social workers and SACs, in collaboration with our campus staff, are really, really supporting those students and all of the needs that they have.
So as we looked at developing these roles, we knew we couldn't start without a needs assessment. So we queried our students, our parents, and our staff to ask them what would truly be more supportive for them as they already support our students. And so, as we've kind of mentioned, these specialized roles certainly have a heavy presence in that early mental health intervention and a heavy presence in that family system support. But in addition to that, we also wanted to ensure that these roles were not silos. We didn't at all want for these roles to come to campus and this student to be handed off to someone without any of the rest of the established collaborative teams still in the mix. So these roles really do still continue to work with all of the people on the campus who are providing that rich support. In addition to that, they really do a lot of resource building. So in the way of support documents for our staff, it was alluded to earlier, the staff and the pressure that they're under. So we've really taken a targeted focus to try to provide as much resourcing for them as possible. Our specialized roles also do a lot of training with our staff. And then finally, we use an established process when we were looking at the referral matrix we needed to create for these roles. How would we know who needed to see these specialized roles? And so we have an established process in public ed. It's called RTI, Response to Intervention. It's a tiered model by which all students have access to a universal set of Tier 1 interventions. For example, all students can access the campus counselor. All students have access to our Red Ribbon curriculum. At what point it's discerned that a student is not being successful with these universal interventions, they're then referred to our Tier 2, which is a bit more targeted. That's where these specialized roles tend to begin to become consultants. They begin to jump into that campus team a little bit to see if their support is needed yet. And then again, at what point that student is still not experiencing success at Tier 2, they're moved to Tier 3, and that's really where these specialized roles jump into that team and become a vertical presence with that student doing targeted interventions on a much more regular basis. It is important to note that prior to the development of these specialized positions, that level of vertical service was not something that was available to our students.
So with that in mind, the first step that we looked at was kind of the history of the staffing of these positions. So in 18 and 19, we started with 8 student assistance counselors and 2 social workers. In 19-20, we kept 8 student assistant counselors and we increased by 1 social worker at the elementary level. And then for this school year, we added another student assistance counselor and a social worker as well. So we have grown the program a little bit in terms of the staffing.
So as we begin to delve into the data, you're going to notice a trend as to where these specialized roles spend the majority of their time. As we've mentioned before, that community engagement piece, For our social workers, that's twofold. Not only is it getting out into the community to begin to build those relationships with our resources so that we have a better understanding about how to refer our families when they have needs, but they're also becoming partners and participants in some of our nonprofit organizations so that they have firsthand knowledge about how to best utilize the services that are offered. Both of our roles are certainly very heavy in what we call responsive services. That's what we've mentioned is that very individualized interface. And we have an asterisk there to make sure that you know that responsive services also encompasses all of our choices programming, including our Family Center, which is our free counseling center for our LISD students and families. And then finally, our SACs are certainly really heavy, as I mentioned, in that development of resources for our staff, students, and parents.
So one of the pieces that we looked at was how are the roles different in terms of their time and effort, where they spend most of their time. And so this graph really just illustrates that our elementary school counselors spend the majority of their time in the guidance curriculum. That's what that yellow bar is there. Our middle school counselors, they spend a lot of time between individual and academic advising. They're spread across, but those are the two that were kind of the highest. That's that black bar. High school spends a lot of time with academic advising and scheduling. And then if you'll notice, the student assistance counselors and social workers, really time and effort is not spent on that academic advising and scheduling. They spend a lot more time with individual counseling and then a little bit in the program development as well.
So the time and effort is one piece of the puzzle when you're looking at data. The other piece is the reasons why students may access their counselor or the social worker SAC. So we have in Skyward what are called office visits, and we categorize them kind of into the main areas in which a student would access the counselor or the social worker, the SAC. So this is all of our universal office visits for the entire department, and then we're able to kind of disaggregate the data to see who's accessing the counselors for what. So when you look at the first category of academic, it's really what you would think. It's all of the academic advising, anything related to the college and career, CCMR. It could be meetings with students who aren't doing well. Anytime our counselors are working on dual credit, new enrollments, all of the pieces related to academic advising that fall into their lap. When you look at the guidance curriculum, this can be when they are going into the classroom using our curricula, whether it's suicide prevention curriculum, Red Ribbon Campaign, all of the second step lessons in K-8. In addition, our campuses utilize advisory time, and there is a lot of social emotional learning and prevention and intervention that goes into our guidance curriculum. Responsive services is what you may think of when you're thinking of kind of the typical counselor role. So it can range from crisis response to outcries. A lot of times, especially in elementary, it's related to behavior interventions. You see our McKinney-Vento students on there again. The NSSI and SI is self-injury and suicidal ideation. Sometimes students come in just wanting to talk about, I'm upset with a friend. So it's just all of those personal, emotional relationship pieces, and certainly social, emotional, and substance use are on there. And we also have a lot of students that disclose abuse, and so that certainly is a piece of all of the roles, but you'll see with social workers and SACs that is a piece that pops up. The parent and community contact, one thing to note is these are all tied to students, which is why there is the additional time and effort piece. So this just reflects when a counselor, SAC, or social worker might be talking to CCA or Kyle's Place or one of our community partners about a specific student. We have consent to consult with a lot of our outside entities that parents give us consent to consult with their outside therapists so that we can make sure that we're providing the same consistent support across the board. In a lot of parent contact, we spend a lot of time making sure that we're wrapping our parents in. And then the last system support piece, this is really when any position in our department is serving on an ARD committee. We do sit on the student threat response system a lot of times as a consultant on there, a lot of the attendance committees, because truancy goes along with a lot of the other pieces that are listed here. Referrals to our Choices program, which Choices is responsive services, but when we're making those referrals, that looks a little bit more like supporting the systems that we have in place.
So this graph was just really what we were looking for in terms of our data, how we would expect to see the office visits dispersed by reason code for why students were visiting. And so what you see in this one is that we expect to see our high school counselors having a lot of academic meetings with students. We expect to see our student assistance counselors having a lot of responsive service meetings with students. We expect to see our social workers spending a lot of time in parent and community in that area because that's what they're supporting a whole lot. So this was kind of just our baseline guide for what we knew we needed to find when we started delving into the actual data that is available to us.
When we look at, again, the participants, who will we serve through these specialized roles, and what does that implementation look like? As we mentioned before, these specialized roles certainly spend the majority of their time with our students who have been unresponsive to our Tier 1 or Tier 2 interventions. They are highly supportive with our McKinney-Vento programming. As we speak, our district social workers are going through every student on our list of students coded McKinney-Vento to ensure they have made contact with them and their families to see what exactly the needs are, so they might be able to, again, create that wraparound service for them. Family systems and trauma, we've mentioned. We certainly know that our students are coming to us with a greater increase of trauma than ever before. In partnership, again, this is a collaborative role, so there's a lot of partnership when our students are transitioning back from either a mental health or substance abuse facility or DAEP or JJAEP, so that we can ensure that a student is not going from one entity back to that campus without any sort of safety net to help that transition be as smooth as possible. We are participants on the student threat response system. Heavy work with these roles in outcries. That is, again, a lot of where their work resides is in that crisis piece of suicidal ideation, violent behavior, and abuse. We are really spending a lot of targeted energy on making sure that we develop resources for our families so that they begin to learn the systems that they need to navigate. And then again, writing a lot of the prevention curricula. We would love to be out of business in the intervention role one day, but we also know the importance of writing these prevention pieces so our kiddos can begin to learn those healthy coping skills and adaptive coping skills as young as possible.
So with all of that background information leading into what we were looking in terms of measuring our outcomes, one of the pieces that we knew we needed to look at was office visits in Skyward. We wanted to show increased access to students. That's what we were expecting to see. We wanted to measure that. We wanted to know the number of students that were served with basic needs, including back-to-school fare and food programs. And then also we wanted to look at the number of parent presentations and resources. And we also looked at how often those were viewed and utilized, where we could look at that data. So just a little background on the data elements. So we, counseling, started gathering this data in Skyward in 2017-18. So anytime you start gathering data, there's always the making sure everybody knows how to do that. So that first year, which is our comparison year, is a baseline year of data. We have learned a lot about gathering this data and made some tweaks as we have gone along. The other piece that happened is that in 2018-19, Skyward opened up a functionality that allowed you to enter whole group lessons to students. So rather than having to go and plug each individual student in, you could select a class and apply the lesson, say you met with that class about whatever criteria was. So that happened. Also, resources created, we used the counts, we looked at usage information, and just please know the 18-19 data is impacted by COVID-19. A quarter of the year we were in virtual learning, remote learning. I didn't really mash that button. So we're going to start looking at how we measured that we were assisting students. So this right here is the count of students that were assisted by student, I want to call it advisory, student assistance counselors, the wrong A word was in my head, student assistance counselors and social workers. In 18-19, we had about 1,700 students. By student assistance counselors, we had 485 served by social workers, and then there were some students that were served by both, so in total 2,099 students were served by those roles. In 2019-20, we had 1,775 that were served by student assistance counselors, and remember, we did not increase staffing there at all. Social workers, it went from 485 to 861. We did increase by one social worker that year for a total of almost 2,500 students that were served by these roles over those 2 years.
Can I clarify a question really quick?
Yes.
That's district-wide, and one digit is one student, and the student wouldn't be repeated in the digit?
Correct. So if a student, so when you go back and you add those two columns, like if you add the 1699 and the 485, it does not add up to 2,099.
Right.
Because some students were served by both. So that was just total students impacted by the creation of these roles.
And it doesn't count the number of times they serve.
No, does not count the number of times. This is just, and that's one of the things you're going to see in the subsequent data is that a lot of these students spend a lot of time with the support staff. Okay, so this graph here, one of the things we expected to see was that the number of our students receiving services across the board would increase because we created these specialized roles. So this is all of the counseling data pulled in together, including the campus counselor. And what you see is that we went from 67.4% of our students, it's not late, 67%-ish, receiving some form of service, up to 90% in 18-19, and then again in 19-20. That includes group and individual meetings in some way, shape, or form. They interacted with a counselor. We know that it's one of the goals of the board to look at how we're meeting with students individually. So these graphs here show the percent of our students that had at least one individual meeting, K through 12 students, this is all of them, individual meeting each year. It's a pretty stagnant bar. It stays about the same throughout. We went one step further just because we know that there's a particular lens on high school. And what you can kind of see is that high school is right there. They're around the 70 to 65% mark, I mean, depending on the year. That's how many of our students had at least one individual visit as recorded in Skyward. I need to make that, that's how it was recorded in Skyward. We looked to see with the size of the meeting group. So there could be some data pieces there where counselors lumped a group together even though they met with them individually. So we have some recommendations about making sure we're entering data so that we can pull it to look at it this way. But this is what we're looking like in terms of students meeting with counselors. Now, within that piece of data, and this is where you really see the impact of that group ability being added, this is the count of students that had some sort of interaction. Students do count more than once in here, but if you look through, you can see that in 17-18, the campus counselors met with approximately 150,000 times with some students. That jumps up to 421,000 in 18-19. Part of that is because that group function was allowed, so we saw a huge jump at our elementary level because there was a lot of group guidance lessons happening. Student assistant counselors, again, 5,875 jumped to 8,165. Social workers, social workers also had a jump, but that's where, and really the note here is that 91% of our students received 421,000 contacts. If you go back to that graph before when we talked about 91%. So we are meeting with a lot of students on a repetitive basis, making sure that their needs are being met. Now this graph pulls out just the student assistant counselors and the social workers' reasons for meeting. If you'll remember back earlier, we talked about that we really expected to see a lot of the meetings focused around responsive services. And that's exactly what we are seeing here. The majority of the interactions that our students have with our student assistant counselors and social workers is in the responsive services category. The parent community is also there and system support. And just kind of a little note, that academic piece, while it's not their focus, if a student comes to visit and they have an academic need, they're going to help them with that academic need. That's part of that whole child service. We're not going to tier it and send you over to somebody else to work with that. We also looked at outcry data and violent behavior ideation. It really isn't the target to see this drop because you want to be meeting the needs and you're not really, if we try to target it dropping, are you going to overlook students who need help because you want to see your number dropping? So we really just want to make sure that we're following it and monitoring it and making sure that we're meeting students' needs. And based on my understanding at this point, These are services that we have been able to really follow through and implement as a result of creating these two roles. The other big part of the student assistance counselor and social workers was community liaison and working with the community. Part of that was developing the Ask the Expert series. 19 videos have been created and they're available on the counseling webpage. There have been 102,550 views that we can count since 2018-19. The most viewed videos are there listed. There's some additional ones, but because there's 19 of them. But transitioning to middle school was the highest viewed, followed by signs of substance abuse, anger, when to start talking to my child about suicide, and how to talk about substance abuse. In addition to that, monthly s'mores from student assistance counselors and social workers have been created. They are utilized. You can see how often they're viewed. We have seen a significant jump in the amount of views that are occurring this last year. I don't have this year's data yet, but in 1920 we saw that take a large jump. We also have rhythm data that shows that we've had 213,463 check-ins to date, and as a result of that, we've had nearly 5,500 risk alerts recorded. Those are times when our staff has been able to intervene when they would not have known otherwise.
You've probably heard us mention TBRI before. That is Trust-Based Relational Intervention. It is out of the TCU Institute of Child Development. And in addition to Ms. Crow and I being practitioners, we've had the opportunity to train 2 social workers, 1 SAC, and our coordinator. As a result of that, we have done 2 summers of professional learning where we've invited teachers, behavior interventionists, administrators, and counselors. We've been able to go to 15 or more elementary campuses and do some targeted TBRI training, as well as more than 5 middle schools. So we continue. It's trauma-informed, and it is research-based. So that is something that our SACs and social workers have been integral in. In addition, we have Parent Cafe. We have, it's a partnership with the Children's Advocacy Center in Denton and our Texas Health Resources partners. So we have 2 social workers and 1 SAC trained in that. We offer it in Spanish and English. And the tenet of that program is our staff are facilitators, and the parents have the opportunity to build community. You know, often we have the friends to go, oh my gosh, you know, I'm having this parenting issue, or what do you think about this? And we have people to bounce things off of. Sometimes our parents that are maybe in some of the generational poverty or trauma and crisis don't always have those community. And so the purpose of Parent Cafe is to facilitate building that community for parents. It's a 7-week program. We've had really great success. We started at one of our middle schools, and now we've expanded it to all of our schools this spring, and our SACs and social workers are going to be facilitating that. It also has a tenet with some of our schools for parents that have food insecurity. They partner with the North Texas Food Bank and are able to provide fresh food and vegetables, milk, and kind of as an incentive for coming, but also to address, you know, the food piece of it. Some other things to point out here, in the past 2 years, our student assistance counselors and social workers have co-hosted or hosted over 125 parent presentations. We've really had the chance to leverage some of the technology that came about with COVID. And so the virtual presentations have been very well attended. And, you know, we always say if there's 2 parents there, it was the 2 that needed to be there. And so we've invested a lot of time in really meeting those needs, big or small. There was a community resource breakfast that we were able to do last spring. We brought everyone, actually invited all of the campus administrators and counselors, and we had about 40 local entities here. So we had mental health facilities, we had nonprofits, we had summer programming, and they were able to interface with our campuses so that they would know what resources were available for our students, and we had great attendance on that. And just, you know, I think we keep reiterating this, just a lot of staff professional learning, training, and support that has been very intentional. That our campus counselors certainly have done a lot of that, but the SACs and social workers have been able to drill down and really meet some additional needs that have emerged.
These specialized roles serve a huge piece of the puzzle when it comes to some of these programs that you see here. In 2017-18, we served about 3,500 students in our back-to-school fair. And in 2018-19, our social workers were gifted with spearheading that, and we've continued to increase service to our kiddos with back-to-school fair ever since. So that's inclusive of supplies and services to get them ready to join the first day of school. We have a great partnership with our communities and schools, counselors and staff, and so those partnerships really address the food insecurities, all the way from the big conglomerates like the Tarrant County Food Bank to some of our grassroots organizations like Love Packs. It's a really big charge for these specialized roles to ensure that we are addressing any food insecurity at all. Our student assistance counselors held wellness expos at every one of our high school. They invited professional athletes, community partners to come in and really work with the kids on what wellness and the whole body wellness looked like. And then at some point we realized we should probably take our own advice. So we started really focusing a lot on staff self-care, to the point that a lot of our campuses have developed wellness rooms for our staff that includes resources. It's a retreat, if you will, for them to come in during their conference period, have a moment. They'll play cards, they'll watch I Love Lucy, they'll listen to the waterfall noises, all of these things that we kind of put out to our kids and parents to do, we have found actually work for ourselves as well. And then, as mentioned, they're a huge support in our care team. Not anything we ever want to use, but we are really appreciative that they are a large part of that. So you've heard a lot about our data so far, but we would be remiss if you did not have the opportunity to hear directly from the people who are doing these jobs and the impact on our students that they are making.
When we first started this role, one of the very first kiddos that I got to start working with from a local high school, we'll call her Betsy. Betsy was referred to me by the campus counselor as she had been couch surfing due to leaving her home environment. Dad had been incarcerated. Mom was in a long-term care facility for terminal illness. So she had a lot of things to process with her, but she had been able to be couch surfing to friends' homes. I believe there had been a falling out either with one of the kiddos or the mom, and they had brought her belongings to the campus in a garbage bag.
This kiddo had gone through so much. When he was growing up, he witnessed 2 of his family members committing suicide in front of him, and he was kind of going down the same path.
Several of the female students that I work with on my campus would come to my office with issues related to body image, low self-esteem, and lack of confidence.
There was just one day I could tell things were totally off. There was just a different look in his eyes. It was almost like you could just see just a total emptiness, complete emptiness. His teachers had already been really worried. His grades had been suffering. So we were sitting there talking, and I just looked at him and I said, "Hey, bud, hey, are you having thoughts of like ending your life?" And he just started crying and just kind of shook his head, and then he said, "Yeah."
So we had a student come into my office, and he said, "Can I talk to you?" I had never seen him before. I said, "Absolutely." He sat down, he said, "My mom is coming to get me for visitation this weekend, and if I have to go with her, I'm going to kill myself." And he said, "No, I really am. Like, I've attempted 3 times in the last 2 months."
I got a call one morning from our student assistance counselor, and she said Betsy's in our office, and she is really upset. The SRO just met with her, and she has a warrant out for her arrest.
I had the opportunity to work with his uncle to find him a placement that would take him in his insurance, and we did end up finding one inpatient facility that would accept him. And he participated in the program and completed it.
I held a 2-day girl empowerment camp. It was student-led. Students arrived to camp. They were shy. But once they saw their peers and started interacting, I saw a difference in the girls. They were lighting up. They were having a good time.
As a team, we were all able to collaborate, and we started to see a new and improved kiddo. Once he started getting a little, into the program and started getting regimented with what he needed to get done, his grades started to improve. He started to have a new self-confidence in himself. When I would see him in the halls, he was walking with not his shoulders slumped over, but his shoulders back.
Ended up getting him to a facility. He was admitted for inpatient evaluation for 10 days. During that time, Dad was able to get in touch with an attorney and get custody orders changed. He's back on track with school. He's getting A's and B's again, and he still checks in with me just to come chat.
And now he's in 6th grade and doing much better, adjusting a lot better. And it was really cool just to have the opportunity to be there in that moment with the uncle and the family and the kiddo, and to just kind of help them through something that is so scary and so hard, and to just kind of be the system of support that they needed in that moment.
She was leaving my office that day. I said, hey, I just want to stop for a second and tell you how brave that was, how strong that was that you came down and asked for help. And she said, you know, Miss Holly, when the SRO came, I was embarrassed, and I knew I had 2 people I could talk to, and that was the student assistance counselor and you.
I love being the person that can dive in and help them at their darkest moment, because I'm not scared of it. I'm scared of what will happen if they don't go to somebody to get some help. And so if it's going to be anybody, I'm happy it's me. I just don't want them to say, I can't get help, I don't know what to do, I'm just going to handle it on my own. Because that's the scariest thing to me. It's not scary jumping in and saying, okay, let's walk out of this. It is scary to think that there are kids that don't go to somebody's door.
I love having the opportunity to show my heart to other people, and show kindness and love and support when they may be in their darkest moment, and they just need somebody in their corner to be there for them when maybe it feels like the whole world is against them.
I became a counselor because I understand the importance of mental health, and I love working with students.
We all have this value. We all have this worth. And to be able to pour into somebody and have them see that, once our clients move on, once they graduate high school, we may not have any more contact with them. But what we do have is we have that time with them that we can kind of show them that support. We can show them their value and show them their worth.
I look at the future with such a happy heart, because I know we're going to do such great things of improving students, not only students, but the parents and the teachers and staff. I just really look forward to the things that are coming.
And so with all of that being said, our findings are that the student assistance counselors and the social workers are assisting students in alignment with the intent of the position. Multiple data sources indicate that community engagement in counseling and social work services related learning and events has increased since the creation. The specialized positions are meeting the needs of students with high priority needs. The data does not suggest that the program has assisted the campus counselors with individual academic meetings. Creating those specialized positions met the needs of a specific groups of students and the community, but they had limited impact on meeting individually with students across the board. The American School Counseling Association recommends a 250 to 1 student to counselor ratio, and LISD currently has a student to counselor ratio at about 400 to 1. And so with that, our recommendations moving forward is that we consider expansion of student assistant counselors and social worker program to assist the students experiencing significant social and or emotional struggles due to the impact of crisis, that we streamline and reinforce existing data gathering process to ensure that data isn't being underreported and that we're reporting correctly. We continue to work with campuses and community to develop resources based on current needs, and we consider the reduction of the ratio by increasing staffing to expand opportunities for each student to receive individual campus counseling. And with that, question. I think it's time for questions.
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Miller.
Well, that's a lot of data, thank you. And you know, I appreciate what you guys do, and the video at the end kind of changes kind of the tone a little bit, maybe by design. There's a lot of information here, There's a lot of activity. It's really hard to understand outcomes and benefits. Those are some great stories. We know that there are many more. And in fact, you know, one of the things that we do in academics is we try to look at academics and then kind of look at post-high school and what happens. And if we start looking at this with post-high school and what happens, we see some real stories, some very current stories. And so I wonder, without diluting the value of those stories, if it's so much that some of this is compliance. It's a regulatory compliance issue about McKinney-Vento and all these other things. We've got to do that. We've got to account for that. There's a lot of talk about meetings, et cetera. I mean, one of the things I did some math here, and when you look at the student assistant counselors in 2018-19, there were 8. That means they had 212 students they were working with. Now that's contacts, so it could be small contact, big contact, whatever. It's not a lot of time. Now I know you guys are doing what we asked. There's an ask in here. I think the ask is not, our recommendation is that we consider. I think our recommendation is that we do, right? I'd like to see soon what that recommendation is. Because there is a lot of good stuff here, and there's no way to do all this well. The graphs that showed, I think the columns that you had, I don't know, Sarah, if it was you, the academic, the guidance curriculum, and some of those things, I mean, that's a lot of stuff. And I think the only way to fix this, I know not say fixing is the right word, is that we spend some money on it. We cannot spend money on it, and we're seeing the impact of that post-college, high school, right? One of the things Mr. Carr said once, we were talking about Avid, he talked about SPED and how, is a SPED campus, is it an Avid campus, right? You know, there's those concepts, right? Is it an Avid campus, what's got to be certain? And it's about inoculating the campus as a SPED campus so everybody's aware, right? Seems to me that one of the things that we put a lot of pressure on these folks to have access to these resources. And it'd be great to hear about what we're doing to equip teachers, and I'm not trying to suggest we add on to this, but listen, they're human beings, and it doesn't take a lot to say, hey, you know, there's some things you should look for. Students, and maybe they already do that, and it's just incorporated into some goal here. Red Ribbon Week. We've talked about this for a while when we had the big mega meetings, and we talked about major changes, and I don't think we've gotten good readouts, right? I think there's been transformation in Red Ribbon Week. I think Ms. Cox brought that up maybe in the goal meeting. It'd be great to hear more about that. I heard some stories from Marcus the last 2 years, but I've not heard from Hebron or LHS or others, and I think there are probably some important stories that happen when you kind of create an environment for students to be open, receptive. I know that there's an ongoing basis, but those are just, they're not concerns, they're just overwhelmed. You know, the brain can only take so much, and there's a lot of things that you guys are doing here. And I'm not sure how to process it yet, so it may take some more discussion, but I mean, it's really good stuff. McKinney-Vento, you know, I remember there was a time where I believe there was a Methodist church up on 1171 near 35 that kids used to be able to go up until 7 o'clock, do laundry, get access to, you know, and then that, I think, moved to like McKinney or Frisco or something, right? So, you know, to the extent there's opportunities for us to expand access, I mean, I think a lot of people don't understand. We have, what, a couple hundred kids couch surfing?
We're about 500 right now.
500. 1% of LISD students. That's significant. It's not your fault, it's not our fault, but it's a problem within the system, and so to the extent that we can provide you resources, I guess that's my plea. I'm asking you guys to ask for money for us to help you guys, because it's so much stuff here, I'm just overwhelmed by it.
I think they are asking that. That's what I think they are asking that.
Well, they're recommending that we consider. What I'm saying is those words are, it's not recommending we consider, we're recommending that you do. Like, I don't know, Kevin, what, 5, 10, 7, 8, whatever you guys come up with.
Well, so on that, Mr. Miller, please understand, after you promised to double the number of counselors.
True.
I'm teasing, but that we have had actually 2 different meetings, of what the next iteration of counseling and social work services should look like, and we will absolutely dial it up. We're not capable of doubling the number of counselors, and there's other needs other places, but there's no doubt that we will come prepared to increase the opportunities to serve more kids in more timely manner. The question of that, and this is a question that we've had discussions with Mr. Kaj and with Manya and Jill, and by the way, we absolutely, I'm very proud of a lot of programs that we have in LISD. I put them next, and these 2 ladies are 2 of those folks. But there's no doubt that we want to do more, and I know the heart of the board wants to do more, and then we just got to figure out what's the Goldilocks rule, and I don't want to put resources and then it turn out not to have made a difference. And so that's the discussion we have to have as leaders in their department and us at leadership team to then bring forward to y'all. But I can promise you we will. We've already begun that process.
And I think it lines up with the discussion about outcomes, board goals, right, outcomes. I mean, some of these things are hard. How do you measure outcomes at Yale? We helped 3 students keep from doing something crazy. Whatever we spent was worth it. If we help 1 student. So it's not about, hey, we got to get to 50 that we help from me. I would also say, hey, for your healthy room, there's a basket that you can take with you so that we don't end up taking it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hassett?
Thank you for the presentation. Same questions. What specifically, pie in the sky, my questions are what would you like if we didn't have to worry about budget? Then what can we expect with the budget that we have? Because you said that even though you've had tremendous strides, you've made limited impact on meeting with individual students. So is it helpful to add a few more counselors, but then also add some administrative staff that could help ease some of the burdens rather than just the counselors? Because some of the numbers are still really high at the high school levels. So would an administrative staff help with that, and then also then help with the budget a little more? So I would definitely be interested in what your specific asks are for this is what would meet the need, and this is what we could do with the budget.
I assure you those are the conversations we've had last week and week before with circling the entire scope of the department and all of the data that's been reflected here to discern what those best asks can be.
And we'll hear that during budget conversations?
Yeah. So first off, to me, that's part of the purpose of having program evaluations is to see what's working well and what's not, and where do you need to add, and where do you need to shift resources and whatever. And so that's absolutely the discussion. Now, please know Manya is like everyone else in this room behind me and in front of me. They love to ask for a lot, and that's what they need to do. And then we have to figure out, okay, what can we actually do? And so she presented 4 options, and really the discussion that we began is, okay, after discussion, I'm not the expert, they're the experts, is how do you possibly create some hybrid mixes of these 4 options to then serve the purpose, and that's the continued. So, yeah, the board's not going to see all 4. It's, options. It's going to see a couple of options when we present, and hey, here's the price tag attached. And then we'll go from there, and we'll tell the pros and cons of the options.
What's the likelihood
and as we've done in the past with budget presentations, we've got to also tell you, but there's some needs here, and there's some needs here, and there's some needs here, and where are we going to stretch that dollar to get there? So Yeah, in a perfect world,
Are there people out there? I mean, it's a harder staffing environment for social workers.
I feel confident. Absolutely.
we do believe that there are some things that are not counselor related that we can provide assistance, such as you talked about some clerical help, some of that, so I promise you it's all in their proposals.
Shall I ask other questions later? Or I have two other questions, but not related to that one.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, me. So, for the RIT process, how do we ensure that students aren't hanging out at Tier 2 for too long?
The good thing about RTI is it is a well-established workflow. So there is, okay, if I'm on Tier 2, there's a constant, let's go back and check on how they're doing. There's mile markers along the way. There's things that we expect to see to know whether or not they are functioning and responsive to those Tier 2 supports. So it's a very, very cyclical process where we're constantly going back and checking again and again and again to make sure no one is stagnant at any place they don't need to be.
Last question. Really more in professional development. Responsive practices, what? I can't remember. Or discipline management. Is it responsive practices? Is that what the term?
Restorative.
Restorative. There's too many. Okay, so how can we provide better professional development to our teachers so that they can, at the elementary level, so that we'll have less issues as they go and less need for counselors in a magical world that we wouldn't have that you spoke about?
I will tell you, Rebecca Clark and her team have done a phenomenal job of implementing those restorative practices at the elementary level, and counselors have become a bit of a walk-along partner with that. They're very well versed in what those pieces look like. Oftentimes, a behavior is, I always say that not all misbehavior is willful and defiant. So we look at the behavior for why they're doing what they're doing, not necessarily what they're doing. So that's where we kind of come alongside the behavior people and are able to say, okay, you are dealing with the what that is going on, and we'll deal with the why.
Okay, Ms. Prosnick?
I will echo that I support increasing everything. I look forward to the options that are brought forward to the board. Some of my questions are, were there any outlying campuses? Like, were there any campuses that I know we're looking at the data from a district-wide level, but were there any campuses that when you looked at it, you went, that campus specifically could really use another counselor because of the number of students, et cetera? Or is it really an across the board?
We certainly have some campuses that have higher ratios than others. And so that was definitely something that we were looking at as we were making proposals to address those higher ratios first.
And then I'm going to jump back to a conversation we actually had at our last meeting when we were talking about our goals. And I said I wanted every kid to see a counselor at least twice. And I had a conversation with Mr. Kaj afterwards where I got to be able to focus more on what I wanted to say, which is this. Sometimes that it can be like tutoring. It can be a drop-in, you need to put X here over Y, I got it, and move on. It's not necessarily a 15-minute or a 3-hour conversation. It can be as quick as, where do I check the where do I put the check from my mom for the SAT? It doesn't always, because I understand that every student doesn't necessarily need that 3-hour conversation. So did we look at amount of time at all in this?
So that is a function, and we do have the ability, but it goes back to how are we entering? And what we found was that some meetings, it was just a real quick entry, and we marked them as a minute. And so I don't know if they really were a minute or if that's just we clicked real quick, because there were a bunch of just a minute meetings. And then we had some that were super long group meetings, and I think that there was a misclick of data. So that goes back to we're gathering this data for the first time, we're learning how to use the system. If we want to look at length of time, we just need to make sure that whatever our system is for gathering that it's reliable data, and it just didn't feel real reliable for this today.
I think one of the challenges, and we kind of talked about this even with the board goals, is that, it's if a counselor goes out into a classroom, they may not be, they're not right next to their computer. I mean, maybe they could carry their iPad with them, but the entry of that data can often be something that's more work on them than it is efficient. So
But if we had more counselors, I think it would be doable.
You would think so, but I think that's kind of to the point of we want to be sure that what we're asking the counselors to do,
Right.
Is reasonable within the scope. Because in order to get this data, Manya and Jill had to completely build that data entry process from scratch. And you can imagine at first, the idea of doing data entry doesn't really make everyone as happy as it does Dr. Fitzy. So, but if you don't enter data, you have no data to report. So when you talk about fidelity of positions, you have to have data. And so it's just, that's a constant push-pull. And obviously, if you insert more, you think they could record more data, but it's still an efficiency piece.
I just know if that was a piece of the data collection since.
We started to, but it just didn't. And again, I don't know that, kind of to what Dr. Rapp is saying, is it worth having people spend that much time trying to get the amount of minutes that they spent with each child right, or would we? So that's the balance. So
I was just curious if it was even a capability, if you will, more than anything
It is a
else.
capability, but I just don't know that it's super easy, and there's a lot of, you have to be a little type A and really like entering minutes to want to do that well for us to be able to report it.
I agree. And then I wanted to go back to, it's page 12 of the presentation. It's the slide, I guess, 23. When you talked about the 125 parent presentations over the last 2 years. And I agree that the 2 parents who should have been there attended, but do we have numbers?
We have some numbers. I will tell you, Ms. Adams mentioned that we've leveraged technology. For one presentation that we did last spring and one we've done this fall, we've had over 300 in attendance each time, which kind of goes back to where the Ask an Expert series was born. We need to diversify the manner in which we're getting our parents information. 2 minutes for video in the grocery store, or I can sit and stir the dinner while I'm listening to this. So we definitely have seen an increase in engagement with some of those programming pieces based on the technology that we have. So we'll certainly continue the traditional model because it definitely works for some, but we will absolutely keep these pieces, these new modalities as well.
And so like with those videos that I can access whenever it's convenient for me, so to speak, or the parent, do we have a way of tracking, if you will? Like how many views? I mean, I'm assuming we are doing that.
That's what we've put some of those numbers in. I don't know what page it is on yours,
Okay.
but that was those top.
So
I had
that's
the
just
top
what those
ones.
were. Those were just those
Yeah,
videos
those
that went
views.
out. Okay.
That was the Ask Expert reviews, and so yes, we do track them, and we're able to pull the data.
And I guess I would ask that, and I know this is a conversation you're having with Dr. Rogers, is that when you're looking at the expansion, are you going to be targeting that expansion? Like, are you just going to target secondary or just high school or elementary? I mean, is that a strategy?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's a combination. I don't think it's going to be that, hey, every high school, so it could be something like every high school needs one additional campus counselor, but some targeted because the ratio's higher, might need 2. Or it may be that, hey, there's 8 middle schools that have, so I think it will be a targeted approach versus just a system-wide approach, but we haven't landed on that, but that's sort of the discussion that we've had.
I appreciate the work that you all do, and I think it really, the ripples go on a really long time. Thank you.
Ms. Cox? Yes, I just have a couple comments and then actually like 3 questions. But to me, your department is most important. Next, of course, education, but for our students' well-being and teachers this year. So very appreciative of all the work. And, I think to allude to the ratio that was mentioned in here, that goes back to my question I asked last time is how do we make impactful meetings with our students when we're trying to see 400 even to Ms. Prosnick's, even if it's just 15 minutes, I mean, as long as it's impactful, I think then we're making strides. Otherwise, trying to talk to these, 400 students, I think that's really hard. So, Mr. Youngs, your job is to find the money tree out back.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can have these things for
On
our
it.
district.
You heard quick you said that? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
There's
Mr.
a
Youngs.
staffing tree right next to it.
Yes, we'll appreciate that.
Waiting to get called on.
I also think that we are providing a smorgasbord of programs, so I'm very happy about that. I love that we're doing the virtual now with our parents, so that is one of my questions is, are you seeing, obviously you're seeing more people join on as opposed to doing it in person, so maybe that's something that is more cost effective, having them online. So there's some extra money right there. See, we're already finding it. See? But my couple of questions are, one, how are we engaging with our virtual students? How is that happening with our counselors?
So one of the things that we did in the fall was to make sure that our campus administrators and campus counselors knew that any of your virtual students that you're noting are not engaged, funnel them to these specialized positions, and they specifically went on fact-finding missions and kid-finding missions, making home visits, doing all kinds of things, but it was a very intentional partnership to make sure that there wasn't any kid that we could not find. In addition to that, our campus counselors are doing their lessons with their virtual kids and their in-person kids. So they are absolutely making sure that all of their kiddos are getting served in different modalities, but served for sure.
And do they do the, what's it called? I can't ever remember. Is it Rhythmia or do
Rhythm?
Rhythm. Do they do that app as well at home? And are they doing it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
They are. They're doing it certainly at a little bit of a lesser rate than the in-person, but they
Right.
definitely are engaged in it for sure.
okay. My other question, and this is something I keep talking about, and I don't think it's from your department. I talked to it with Dr. Rogers, so I think it's something the district, needs to work on as a whole. But as far as the, I guess you call it guidance counseling, or where we do the bullying, the suicide prevention, all that, I can only speak to what I know from my daughter when I ask her about that. I think those are very meaningful programs. I really do, and I think they're important to our students. But what I'm hearing is it's during advisory time, and our kids are on their phone, they're doing their work, they're not paying attention to that. So I don't know, Dr. Rogers, if this is something we need to address on our campuses, where this is time that it's not time to be on your phones and doing homework. This is time for you to listen to a meaningful conversation, whether you think it's meaningful or not. I don't know how to do that, but it needs to happen, because I can tell you when I asked my daughter, what did you talk about bullying? I think so. I don't know what was said. I don't pay attention. Those were her exact words to me, which is unfortunate.
And we'll pass that on to the school chiefs. Really, that's a school chief implementation type issue, not.
And they're all
advisory teacher.
Yeah, and they're all here, so.
Well, one of the ways to get kids to listen is to suggest random drug testing. Seems like a lot of kids tended to listen to that. And, so you just throw something out that gets their attention.
There you go.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cox. Ms. Lasan?
I would definitely, I'm looking forward to hearing what your recommendations are to expand your program. I mean, that video was, just heartbreaking, and I'm sure they each have probably 25 more that they could tell you about. And I'm so glad that we have that in place, and that we're starting to make an impact that way. And I absolutely hope that we can expand that. And just you guys do great work. I'm sure this year's been hard, and I remember last year when. I can't remember exactly what the state organization was, but when you guys got all those awards, so, we're so proud of you guys and the work that you've done, so thank you.
Perfect. And thank you all so much for this. I do have a couple of just questions for you. How are we continuing to build on reaching our parents with language barriers?
Yes,
And
certainly.
have we expanded from just English and Spanish, or?
We have, well, we've definitely, even with Rhythm, that's translated into Spanish to where that is for our kids, and then some of those parent pieces that go along with it. But we are continuing to seek out some of our partners that have different languages than Spanish, and that's part of that community engagement that the social workers are doing and participating in those nonprofits. They're really getting a lot of rich connections and able to access some of those resources that our community partners have in the way of translators and things that we don't naturally necessarily have here, aside from Spanish.
Great. And I appreciate the counselors working with the virtual learners, but if a virtual learner is at home and they are having a crisis, how are they then utilizing the work of the social worker and the student? How does that process happen?
So we wrote outcry protocol for virtual situations. So all of our counselors and social workers were trained in that, how to know what to do if you're working with a kiddo who outcries to you in a virtual situation. But in addition to that, our kiddos love WebEx. So I promise they reach out, they WebEx our counselors all day, every day. So,
Do they really?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
they do.
I
And
love
our
that.
social workers.
They do groups on WebEx.
I couldn't even get my new computer to work today, so I may need to
We had
utilize
a-
one of our students. Yeah, second grader. Send a second grader to my
We had a
house
seventh
tomorrow
grader.
for a little TI work. And then also, do we only gather the data at the end of the year? Do we have mid-year that we could see based on last year because of COVID? Could we see that mid-year data? I think that would be, and I'm trying to read my own notes. This happens every time. Okay, yeah, the mid-year data. And then you got my time spent with each. And then students transitioning back. I know that we've talked a little bit with some of our other campus leaders about that reentry, setting down and having goals and things like that. Is that also on you should meet this goal, and if the students aren't meeting those goals, do we come back in and have a new?
We do. Okay. We have a really specific focus on those kiddos having to transition from one entity to another, because we know the recidivism rates are very, very high. So they probably get more of us than they would like to have. So there's a constant check-in. And those kiddos stay on the caseload of these specialized positions for quite a while, so we can make sure that we're monitoring their progress.
Wanted to make sure that there wasn't a limit on that. And then are we building or changing different curriculum based on COVID right now?
So we have the beauty of some of the curriculum that we're using is they also developed in response to COVID. So we got a lot of digital pieces that were done for us in the curricula that we're using. So we were able to transition very easily.
Okay, perfect. And then on that Ask the Expert, is that 8th grade video, is it pushed out? What was the name of it?
Oh, transitioning to middle school?
Yeah, transitioning to middle school. Is that pushed out to the 6th grade parents?
So that one was done right about the time frame like we are now, where registration is happening and your 5th graders are going. So it was pushed out.
Okay. Okay.
About this time frame.
And then just again, the campus breakdown. I think it's important to have that when we do roll around for the actual ask. I think that it's important for trustees to have that information in order to make decisions moving forward. And then I just wanted to reiterate what some have already said. We appreciate the ask. And I think we appreciate the ask, whether it be a recommendation or an ask, because through that video and through your presentation, we see the passion. And I think that just like a lot of what our staff does, kids first. So thank you.
And a shout out to the student assistant counselors that are watching the video right now and saying thank you. So
yes.
You guys probably set that up, but I think they've heard us offer. So it's on you to provide a solution.
Yeah.
Dr. Rogers.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
No pressure.
Okay, as we transition quickly, we have a short presentation for you. This is a discussion I've had for several months with Bill Lee regarding some marketing of sponsorships. And so the intent, I'll use Mr. Gibson's. The intent of this discussion is 5 minutes. We'll see how that works with y'all.
It's 4:44.
But
Not going to make me cry.
really just want to get your quick input as to whether or not you even want us to continue to even explore the possibility or not. That's really the purpose for tonight. And so with that, Bill, you're on the clock.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rogers. Thank you, Ms. Sales, Board. We've talked quite a bit tonight. We've heard a lot of spend needs. And so for the next 4 minutes and 44 seconds, we can talk about how to make money. So hopefully Mr. Young may like some of this. So, but real quick, I just put a little note here that sponsorship, this is all about sponsorship opportunities with the district. And sponsorships with LSD provide our business partners opportunities to work closely with us and take full advantage of the power of our brands, and I think that's huge, while at the same time providing a potential exceptional income for the district. Now, my plan, originally I had over 20 different ways, 20 different campaigns that I was looking at doing, or that we could possibly do, and I basically have divided it into 2 phases. So what we're going to see tonight is just a real quick summary of what we're looking at for phase 1. So if we go through these, the first phase is really what I consider is low-hanging fruit, because I really feel strongly that we can make every one of these happen in a relatively short period of time. Some of them would be starting next school year. Some of them would be starting this year. The very first one is bus advertising. Some of y'all maybe heard me talk about this before. We have 285 brand new buses. Our buses drive a little over 11,000 miles a day, generating anywhere from 35 to 70,000 impressions per day. That's a lot. So I have a lot of detail on each one of these, but we don't have time to go into it. So I'm just going to throw you out my dollar figures with my calculations after working with our bus people, working with Southlake ISD, working with Northwest ISD, working with Frisco ISD, working with Little Elm, working with Lake Dallas. The bus part of this phase 1 could generate upwards of $854,000 a year in revenue. Now, also, all of these that we're talking about on these, we have setup plans, one-time setup plans that are going to wash any expenses. So there really is no expenses. We'll have a one-time setup fee that'll buy 2 banners, because in the bus situation, every client will get to pick 2 bus routes. So we're basically dealing with about 105 billable buses. Per state law, we can have up to 3 ads on a bus, 1 big one and 2 small ones, which we can talk about. So that's bus advertising. The next on my list is very near and dear to my heart, which is video scoreboards for our stadiums. We have 5 stadiums. I started a campaign years ago to try to get one of them up at Marcus and found out, well, it wouldn't work. We had to have them at all 5 stadiums. So that's okay. Certainly understand that. But we now have a plan that we can put 5 in our stadiums, and they can be very lucrative. And I think what we need to remember, video scoreboards not only bring a huge entertainment value to our fans, but remember, these new scoreboards are more than just an apparatus with a TV monitor in the middle. The whole thing's a video board. So it makes our stadiums a huge outdoor classroom now. Every one of our stadiums could be just a huge outdoor classroom that could be used year-long for lots and lots of different things. So video scoreboards, I have my notes, my calculations. We can generate about $370,000 a year with our 5 video scoreboards. Next up on my list, number 3, is our monetizing of a couple of our websites, just starting with our bestschoolsintexas.com and our new potential website that we've been working on, which is LewisvilleISDsports.com. Just to give you an idea on that one, Frisco ISD did this last year, and under FriscoISDsports.com, they had 1 banner ad that they were selling for $50,000 for 1 year for an annual contract. So that could be very well with us, because right now LSD sponsors over 100 sports-related websites, and by doing 1 combined with LSDsports.com, we could generate thousands and thousands and thousands of views, which makes it very monetizable. That the monetizing of just those 2 websites alone would generate around $320,000 a year for us. Next up is our incubator program, and what I've done with that, our incubator programs with both campuses, is to break up several classifications of levels of membership or of sponsorships that could start from $500 and goes all the way to $20,000. But basically, our incubator programs could generate $175,000 a year. Our LSD debit card, something that I looked at this a couple of years ago and went out to 3 different financial institutions to get their idea. One of them came back and really liked it. And basically what it is we get 3 cents for every transaction from the debit card, and it will be marketed very, very strongly through our student body and through the entire LISD family. We figure that would generate approximately $75,000 a year. Career Out is a key sponsors for that program, which is a year-long sponsor. We feel would generate about $48,500. We are looking at the possibility of doing a podcast, which is very monetizable, and to start that pretty soon, which is about $30,000 a year. All in, we're generating, this is right at $2 million a year that we could see from this. Now, the thought is, now most of these figures, and I'll tell you right now on the bus figures, that is based on sellout. And I use that term because when I spent the time with Southlake, they're in a sellout mode all the time on their bus ads. So I said, okay, well, if they can do it, we can do it. You know, they've got 200 buses. We have 285. I took out all the sped buses, so we're really only looking at about 210. But with clients being able to choose 2 buses to put their ads on, we're really looking at about 105 billable buses. Okay, so
just an overview, Bill.
Okay, I'm sorry. So basically, once the engine is put into place, even this little breakfast that the counselor ladies were talking about here a little while ago could be monetized, could be sponsored. Every little thing we can make money. Now, the good news is the end of this is that I wanted to make this a win-win, so I felt a good way to do this was to operate it through LAF. And that's where me and my area would be responsible for marketing the programs and selling all the contracts, but LAF would be responsible for the administration of it. So they would handle all of the contracts, receivables, legal, stuff like that, which a lot of it they've already done, and for that in return, they get 20-25% of the gross transactions of everything that we do. So it really is a win-win deal. So that basically is phase 1. Phase 2 actually of the program goes into the bigger ticket items such as stadium naming rights, copyright of brands where we can really start making money on our merchandise and things like that. That all comes into phase 2. So this was just an idea of. I didn't even get to show you the other pages, but that's okay.
You can.
Well, right there is just all of the other possibilities in addition to what I've mentioned that are monetizable that I asked Communications to put together for us. So everything you see there from our awards of the year, everything once this engine is done and is in place is monetizable, basically. So I think our purpose, I know what I would like to try to do is to throw this out there and to get the board to be thinking about these things, because I know it's a different thing. It's something different than we've ever done before as a district, but a lot of other districts are doing it, and I think that I certainly would be passionate behind it to make sure that we can do everything we can to get it done.
So, Ms. Sells, first off, kudos to Mr. Lee. He's been working on this, like I said. I mean, his presentation, while it was cut from about 20 slides to 4, because the purpose tonight is not to get into the details. The purpose is just for me and for us to hear, is that something you want us to pursue? Because I promise you, we'll flesh it out even more. He's got a lot of that work already done. I just don't want to spend his time if it's not something that y'all want us to proceed on. So that's really the input that I need tonight.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay. Ms. Hassett?
I did have a couple of questions while trying to figure that out.
Sure.
How will this affect LEF's ability to get sponsorships for galas and things like that?
We've been working on a regular basis. In fact, we met again this morning, Tommy White, Lindsay Ayers, and myself, and then we meet regularly with Liz Haas, too, and we're all working together on that. And actually, I think it works. It'll actually work to everybody's benefit, because we're actually looking at putting together little packages, little combo packages. For instance, on our bestschoolsintexas.com website would be a PDF that would have every way in the world that you can get involved with the district financially, and that you can pick and choose. And so you may be able to have a bus ad package, but at the same time, well, you're going to be able to take a career out ad, and then you're going to be able to do this. A lot of it will be based upon the amount of dollars that they'll have to spend. But by putting it all together like that and us working together, and that's another reason why I thought it would be good to work with LEF, because we already are all working together so close for the same goal.
Would LEF keep that money for grants, or would they return some of that money back to the district for use in?
That's, first off, he landed on the 20 to 25%. I'm not for sure where we'll land. But my point is that's very preliminary. We don't want to really spend a lot of time fleshing it out. I promise you we'll make it to where it's beneficial for both LEF and for the school district, because, we are connected, but we absolutely need to serve both interests.
So what would a bus logo look like? What would it have just the company?
They actually, if you see that, per the state law, we can have 3 banners on a bus. 2 of them are on the driver's side. One of them is about a 4-foot, what is that,
6 foot by
2.5. And the other 2, if you see on the top, it goes above the windows, and there's one on each side. So.
And they would just have a logo of a company?
It can have. We would be. I have the rules and regulations that Southlake has and Northwest ISD has, and they're very particular. About who gets to do that.
Right.
And right now I've just got it priced. I've got it priced at really a maximum of $800 a bus. So the big banner's $400 a month, and the 2 small ones are $200 a month.
Yeah, and
these are annual contracts, but billed on 10-month payments.
Okay.
Your head nod really is just, we promise we'll report back more specifics about, do you want 3 banners on a bus or 2? And
right. I'm just trying to envision it to figure out if I am head nodding or if I'm not head nodding, since this is really the first time I've heard it thoroughly.
Yeah,
and
I
at this point, I'm head nodding for a lot of it. I don't know that I would agree with all of the items, but yeah, we need funding, and this would be a good source.
Ms. President?
I always appreciate anybody who can find a money tree, a money bush, a twig, a bus. I'm all in. I do think my question, it may be a legal question, is if we run it through LEF, then we have 2 policies. We have GKB and CNB that would address a couple of these things as far as advertising. They're policies that the board has. And so I would just be curious if we're running it through LEF, are we bypassing those policies, or do we need to create new policy?
Yeah, it's of course something we turn over to legal services, before.
Because I don't like the idea of bypassing board policy. I'll be really blunt. I don't like that idea.
I can assure you we're not going to bypass board policy, and I can assure you that Ms. Bay will be involved if we decide, after your head nod one way or the other, to proceed with exploring the idea.
Ms. Cox?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lee, for all your work. I definitely would be in favor of some of these ideas, not all of the ideas, but thank you for the work.
Ms. Lasan?
Thumbs up here.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, Bill, it makes me regret my kind of Pepsi, Coke example when we were talking about charters versus... Charter. But I'm for it. I'm not for the LEF piece. And I'm glad to go in that in detail, but I think LEF needs to perform their role, and I think they're great. And they need to generate money, and they need to get sponsors, and that's everything. But what will happen is there will be dilution. If I'm given $5,000 a year to have my thing on a bus, I'm not going to get $5,000 at the golf tournament. And all we'll see, I think, you're a marketer and a good one, I think we'll see substitution for 20 to 25% of the money. I appreciate the gesture towards them, but I think they should be their own entity. For example, we had one year, it was brought before us, should they be our only nonprofit? Do you guys remember that? We decided not to do that. for various reasons, like you saw earlier, love packs, those types of things that we were, right? So I think that's something that I'd like for us to really think through. And I know this could get, if somebody isolates and says, well, he doesn't support LAF. That's not it. I'm just not sure that it's worth the 20-25% and that it will materialize in a net revenue number that you think it is, because again, they're going to be looking at, hey, we're getting 20-25% for all Bill's work, and we do the administrative thing, because that's what's going to happen. And then they report out to us, and they're going to show an increase of 20% per year. And I just think that we're best letting things sit compartmentalized. That may not be popular amongst the board. I don't know. But, you know, Jenny's talking about policy. I haven't seen the policy. That's what I would think there. I love, by the way, the credit card thing. I think it has to be with a bank that's a P and a B, right? But nevertheless, I like the creativity at this point, and so bring it on.
Okay, and I am for exploring it. I'm not sure where I land on all of it. I think I do, talking to Lindsay and Tommy, I think I do understand they don't want, I think for them the involvement is they don't want multiple people from LISD to be the ask, that it'd be one ask and you'd be done.
I actually, in my opinion on that, just real quick, is that it's almost like, in my opinion, if we build it, they'll come. Because I don't think, I know I can go out and market this, but I think once these brands, and communications has done a great job of lining up these relationships with what Liz is doing and what Lindsay's doing. These people, I have a list already of probably 15 clients that have just called me in the last year to say, whenever you get any of this going, call me and let me know. And Dr. Rogers knows this. We've talked, and some of them are big dollar figures like the stadium naming rights and things like that. So they're out there, and a lot of these are alumni. A lot of these are former students. So anyway, I think that they're going to be able to kind of pick and choose, and I really think if it all works out well, which I think it would, that it would be, everybody would be.
So I would just, if I could add, I don't ever see us doing naming rights for stadiums, by the way. That is a whole separate issue, Dr. Rogers, as you know, but selling the naming rights it's hard enough to come up with a name for an elementary school. Second thing is, there are already people out doing this. We have boosters. We have baseball teams that do have, you put naming rights up there for $10,000. We see this at some of the football stadiums. It's not on the scoreboard, but it's around the stadium. So there's already this kind of saturation that goes on. So if we want to control that, then I would just, again, I'm kind of going to the LAF thing. Is that beneficial? But I guess I'll defer to you guys to come back to us with some.
And that was phase 2. That's
right. That's not something we're ready to even bite off yet. We just want to
a lot of strings
address what he thought was phase 1, and what we'll promise the board is that we'll bring back more details in 2 to 3 months. We'll work on the timing.
Real quick question on the buses, because I did look up the Texas regulation for signage. Does that not also include our Best Schools in Texas sign that we already have on the buses?
That's a real good question.
Because if we're going to put advertising on that site, then I think it does.
It's not really considered like a client brand advertising. It's more of our own.
Right.
It would be like us putting an LISD banner. That's a good question, and I can check on that. I can check. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you all very much.
Construction.
This agenda item is on page 15 and will be presented by Mr. Fite.
10, 9.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Sells, Dr. Rogers, and the board. I'm pleased to be able to give another construction update, and as with most construction projects, I know we're working with a tight timeline tonight. So So I want to give a quick update on the bond status, the overall bond status. And these are the same slides that you guys have seen for the last year. So the first one, the 2008 bonds. Basically, the only project we have still open is the LISDAC expansion. We're still working on a couple of items there before we close that project out. For 2017 bond, year one, we're down to only two. The Tech West project, which we are actively working on closing that out now. And then the other one is the Purnell demo, which is underway now. You'll see the fencing up, and very shortly you'll see a lot of progress going on there. That project will be complete in May. And on the bond year two, so the couple of updates here, the Hebron High School multi-purpose and the College Street renovations are both substantially complete. And then down at the bottom, you'll see, I've underlined these updates, and so you'll see at the bottom the security vestibule updates. The security vestibule upgrades at all facilities was officially closed out last December. For bond year three, the flooring project was closed out last November. And then you'll see two of them here, which will be on the agenda next Monday night. That's the Garden Ridge restroom renovation and the Ag Barn for closeout. For bond year four, Dale Jackson is officially under construction. And the other update here is the Heritage Elementary School re-roof and the year four flooring projects, which we'll discuss after this update tonight, but it'll be on the agenda next Monday night for action. And then, of course, here's the list of remaining projects that are not currently under design yet. So, as always, the best way to kind of show our progress is with pictures. So we'll start with Josie Elementary School. And so I always try to start with this final image of what it's going to look like in the end. And then, so this is a aerial photograph of our current progress. This school will be ready this August. Throw that out there now. So I know as you're all aware, this will be a STEM campus. It's approximately 118,000 square feet. And the other interesting tidbit is it will house the secondary data center inside the storm shelter at this location. There's a picture of that front entrance as it currently stands today. Here's one of the courtyards that's in between the two classroom wings, and you can see kind of the pop-out window feature here. And what that does is provide kind of a neat reading nook inside the classroom, just a design element on this school. Here's another image of the exterior of the building. Now here's a picture kind of standing in the main hallway looking down towards the front door there, the front entrance. And then here's one standing in the cafeteria kind of looking out of the building. So this kind of gives you an idea of the overall progress that we made there. We made a lot of progress. Like I said, we'll definitely be ready for August. And here's one final picture of just a classroom space. So the next one is the Hebron High School multipurpose. We do have our temporary certificate of occupancy on this project. The main multipurpose area is substantially complete, and actually their first game is scheduled for this Friday. So here's an image of the kind of the plaza looking towards the front door there. I've got a few kind of images of the outside here, so pretty much the same view. On this image, you'll see the lettering on the left-hand side. That part of the building is the indoor athletic center, so the turf portion of the project. On this next slide, you'll see a little bit of fencing there. So if you go to the game on Friday, that fencing will be there. We have some handrails that were ordered, a little bit of a COVID delay, but they'll be here later this month. That's just to keep people from basically going down the steps towards that weight room. Another image of the
Why does it look red?
signage. It's just these images. The brick matches the existing high school, so it's just the way these images are showing up on the screen.
It's not Marauder red on Hebron High School.
What's that?
It's not Marauder red on Hebron High
No,
School.
no.
Just making sure.
You'd have heard from me before that.
I would hope so.
All right, we'll keep going. So this picture here on the right-hand side is this is the glass. It's part of that weight room, if you remember from the early renderings. And then here's one of the kind of the signage at night there. So here's a picture of the inside of the gymnasium space. So there's 2,200 seats in this gymnasium, just like the other multipurpose facilities. There's 6 overhead goals, and there are the retractable bleachers on that one side that you can see in the far end of the picture there. So this is a picture of the indoor athletic center, that the turfs. There's a 30-yard turf field in there. There is still a little bit of work going on in this area. Much of that is going to be completed this week. And then here's an image of this is the front concourse level at the entry. So our big design point on this one was to try and have people enter on the concourse level and then walk down into the seats, so you don't have the big stairway to climb up when you enter.
Better design.
All right, so the next project is the Lewisville High School athletics. And I always try to include this slide because it's such a complex project with all the little buildings around, and I'll hit on each one. So this image here is a shot of the trainers and wrestling room area of the building. That's right next to the existing field house there. This is an image of what will be the baseball, golf, and soccer locker rooms, and this is the part of the building that houses the storm shelter. So you'll see that concrete little section of roof on the right-hand side there. That's the storm shelter. And so that only houses the occupant load of these buildings with this project. This does not house, the entire stadium or the entire high school or anything like that. Here's an image of the homeside concession, storage, and ticket booth. And you'll notice this was also the previous location of the athletic director's office. This is also where those trees are, will be the new entrance to the stadium. So if you remember the renderings of the kind of the archway, the new entrance. And then this image is interesting. There's no press box, and so it's that the old press box is gone if you drive by, and obviously our work now is to rebuild that. And then this is the visitor's concession and restroom. Then one final, just kind of overall shot there. So the next one is our outdoor learning center. So this is an image of the portion of the building that just basically houses 2 classrooms, and then on either side of that you have 2 covered outdoor spaces. Not showing up real well on the image there, but this on the right-hand side here is the actual storm shelter. And so inside that storm shelter is 2 additional classrooms with restrooms and other support spaces. A couple more images of the backside of that storm shelter. Making good progress out there. This one's slated to be finished in March of this year. So. The next, I've got one image of the Colony High School Black Box Theater just to kind of give an idea of the current status. So you can see a lot of CMU walls up, a lot of steel erected. And then DeLay Middle School, I've got one image of the Fine Arts Addition. So this addition is complete, and so our next focus is this summer to work on the renovation inside the existing school for the fine arts. And then finally, the College Street renovation, the new home of Teams and DAEP programs. Some images here. This is an image looking down the DAEP hallway, classroom hallway. Here's an image of break room.
This is done already?
This is done, yes, sir.
College Street?
They've actually moved in.
Oh, so that's where Teams is at, moving from Purnell already?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Student Success Center.
Student Success Center, right. So this is what's allowed us to finally get going on Purnell, to finally get working on that demolition. Here's an image of a classroom in that building there. And you'll see the new furniture standards. Everything in here matches our new classroom standards. Image of the restrooms in the hall. Another classroom. Another hallway. This is the Teams hallway. And that's all I have. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Prosnick?
Just not a construction meeting unless I bring my book.
Okay.
I am curious because one of the things that we'll be considering is flooring for Rockbrook. So when is Rockbrook scheduled for its 20-year refresh?
The Rockbrook would be in the next bond, so it's not in this bond, but it would be in the next one when it reaches 20 years old.
So, I really struggle with Frankensteining campuses. Like, we'll do the flooring, and then maybe in 5 years you'll get a roof or you'll get the rest of the building, and by then the floor is 5 years old. And it's like a perpetual game to me of catch up.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Trying to figure out like how we decide on things like that.
Absolutely. So if you remember, the 20-year is kind of the standard model for almost all of the building components.
Right, for the air conditioners and...
Doesn't really last for carpet. So taking carpet 20 years is a little bit of a stretch. And so most of the flooring projects you'll see tonight had a lot more carpet than we use now. So right now we use VCT or LVT in all our classrooms. So if we try to stretch that carpet another 5 years, like you saw, we tried to do in Hebron and Flowerman, it doesn't go really well. So that's all that is basically trying to catch up the 15-year life cycle of carpet. It's a lot easier to stretch VCT that additional 5 years to maybe get it on the same rotation next time than it is to try and stretch the carpet out.
So I'm looking at the scores.
Okay.
Rockbrook was not the lowest. So once again, I mean, I'm curious.
Right. So when we set up this bond, it was what where the scores landed in that assessment document at that time, and so it did show that the carpet areas for Shadow Ridge, Rockbrook, Vickery, all those schools that were built early 2000s, that it was time to do the carpet in this bond.
Castle Hill's on that list?
Castle Hills.
They had a much lower. When I looked at their flooring scores, they have lower scores than Rockbrook.
Castle
and
Hills
that's where we use this for that, and so that's where I.
So Castle Hills was one of the year 3 flooring projects that we just finished this last summer.
So it's done.
Yes, ma'am.
It's just not reflected. So when was it done?
So it'll be reflected in the facilities assessment document this next update.
It'll be in the
Yes,
one
ma'am.
I get in 3 months, right?
Right.
Okay. And then I love looking at your pictures, but you know what I'd love more? I'd love to actually walk some of these campuses.
Right.
And I'd love to go out and see them firsthand. I mean, that's what I would like to do.
Especially at the athletics before the boys get into.
Yeah, before the smell takes hold. Also, I'm just curious, I have not seen any renderings of the press box at LHS and what that's going to look like.
I believe we brought them before, but we can certainly.
I didn't see. No, we saw the outside. We saw nothing about what the press box.
Just the layout.
It was just the layout.
Inside.
The inside of it.
I can send that out.
But yeah, I'd really like to get on the ground and see some of these things in person.
Okay. We'll have Jamie work with Randy and give you all some options on when to walk.
Okay. Ms. Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Fight. So one of my questions is, Ms. Prosnick actually has asked this, I think, several times during the process, but I just want to see, how did the Hebron drainage issue get handled? Is that all squared away with, I know there were several drainage issues when that facility was going up.
It is. So the drainage issues on the practice fields?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, a lot of work has happened out there, and I actually checked on it again this morning. I've checked with the coaches, our grounds manager, the civil engineer, the architect, everybody's walked it. A lot of additional work happened out there to regrade those fields, to work on the flumes and the drainage in between, and we believe it is all solved now. So.
Okay, and then 2 more just quick questions. So obviously cost has gone up with the industry the way it is. Has that affected any of our pricing on any of our projects, because materials have gone crazy right now?
Right. So, yeah, we've got some challenges this year in year 4. Not the GMP coming tonight. It's pretty simple, but we will have some challenges coming up that I'll certainly be able to bring more details as that comes. But early estimates on some of them, the pricing is a little bit higher. There's also a couple of projects this year that, or projects that we set up on the ed specs. That's one of our lessons learned that we'll do a little different next time for the fine arts. But I'll be glad to share more in the future when I have more details on those.
Okay. And then, Dr. Rogers, this is more of a question for you. So to Ms. Prosnick's question of, Rockbrook and maybe some of these other projects that would require another bond, should there be savings? I really doubt there will be, because I know material costs have gone up, but should there be, would those considerations be able to be put on the list, or does it have to wait for a bond?
No, I mean, absolutely. Once we finish the projects that we promised the community that we would do, if there's funds left over, we expect there probably will be, and according to whether or not these yet-to-do projects don't have major cost overruns, then absolutely the board has the prerogative to decide, hey, we'd like to do this or that, or, one of the discussions that y'all are going to need to have sometime in the future is, if you sell more real estate, what do you want to do with those proceeds? We've talked about other things, whether it's buy furniture for classrooms or, there may be some of these projects you'll want to do. So that's absolutely an option.
Thank you. No questions for me. It all looks good.
Mr. Miller?
I think it looks great, and I think, Ms. Prosnick brings up a good point about Rockbrook. We had this issue back, I think, before you came on board. It was around Briar Hill. We did the roof one year, means teachers have to take everything out. We have brought in, portables and all this other stuff. Then the next year, we did flooring. Now, again, you're on the different cycle. That's a whole different ballgame. And I think the technical component that's really important here, I think we've tried to get to where we can get them together. But I think it's just an important point to note that carpet may not last as long as a roof. And to the extent that we have additional resources, which I expect we probably will, given the way we are fairly conservative, I think those are good options to consider for us to go, remediate that or replace it as appropriate. We know you guys are doing a good job with the money, and you're probably being a little reserved with us, although I do expect the GMPs to go up for those future projects. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
And I just had the walkthrough too, and I just wanted to request that maybe the board could do walkthrough, but also wanted to thank you for allowing former students to walk through at Purnell.
Yes,
I know that several of the community members reached out to me, and I know that they reached out to you and the district, and making that happen, I think, is important because sometimes we forget that when we close a school like Hedrick or Stewart's Creek, we think about the students that are there, and I think being mindful and respectful of the time that former students had on a campus, I just wanted to thank you for that. So.
Sure. We're very
I don't know
excited to
when
do that, actually.
have they done it yet?
On Wednesday, 11 o'clock this week.
And just FYI, I've been working with several classes from the 60s for about 9 months. And so one of the tasks that we are doing is to save some of the bricks, some of the lockers, some squares of, and they understand it's not original gym floor, but some of the chairs from the auditorium for these groups to have access to. So,
Very cool.
And then this is a new group, but.
And Ms. Hassett
anyway.
had the question.
Yep. Have you been experiencing delays in supplies due to COVID?
It's not as big as when it first started, when we had entire plants shutting down with doors and things like that. But it's sporadic. So like I say, the handrails were delayed a little bit. Some wrestling room mat flooring is delayed a little bit. For the most part, it's not nearly as, it might delay a couple of weeks, right? So like I say, we're supposed to get the handrails this month. Would love to have had them in already. But it's hit or miss. You just never know. But the good thing is, from the very beginning, we have not had any major impacts to our labor. Because like I mentioned before, when a crew goes on quarantine, most of our subs here are able to backfill with a new crew. So, and that's been pretty consistent across all the CMs in this area. There's just, people want to work. And a lot of other jobs, a lot of other sectors shut down during COVID, and we didn't, which was great. So.
Also, thank you for that. When are you going to start the other 4-year and then year 5 projects?
So the year 4 projects are all in design right now, and so this spring, as you know, I'll be in front of you guys every month, pretty much with different GMPs. Year 5, we have yet to talk about the timing on that, but I'm sure we'll be back. Usually in the April timeframe is kind of when we bring those to talk about.
Even for the year 5? Start talking about that.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And y'all can handle all of the closeouts and all of the almost closeouts and all of the new.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Fike.
Don't get rid of me just yet.
Yeah,
so.
you're not yet. So talk
yes,
to them about the GMP for Heritage.
Sure. So real quick, this is guarantee maximum price for Heritage re-roof and the year 4 flooring, as I mentioned. As always, the guarantee maximum price process was presented in the February 12th, 2018 board meeting. A little bit about the scope. The Heritage Elementary re-roof is all the flat roof areas. So if you remember during the hailstorm, there was some shingle roof areas that were actually replaced. The flooring, as we mentioned, is at Rockbrook Elementary, Vickery Elementary, Shadow Ridge Middle School, and Lamar Middle School. The bulk of that is carpet. Of course, Lamar's a little bit older, so it's got a little bit more of a mix. Pogue Construction is the construction manager at risk. All the subcontractor bids have been evaluated and scoped, and they have provided us a guaranteed maximum price of $1,941,209, which we will bring forth next week for action on the consent agenda. So with that, I'll answer any questions. Oh, and this work will be completed this summer.
Okay, let's start. Ms. Cox, do you have any questions?
What was the budget for that?
We are in budget. So
Okay.
yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Forgot to mention that.
Ms. Lasson?
No questions.
Mr. Miller?
Ms. Hochstall.
Ms. Hassett? And Ms. President?
Okay, so this is where I got confused, because in the 20 assessment, it says the roof is a 98 out of 100.
Right. I noticed that when I looked at the assessment earlier as well. I think they got a little ahead on this current replacement. The roof is in need of replacement, the flat roof.
Well, I just,
Right.
once again, this is
Yeah, and
all
I think,
got.
like I mentioned, when the
Better.
shingle roof was replaced from the storm damage project, I think all those scores got kind of updated at the same time. So, yeah, the flat roof definitely is in need of repair.
Okay. And they're probably a ways away from, going back to Ms. Cox's thing, they're a ways away from getting a 20-year refresh.
Right.
And yet, I'm looking at doors, door hardware, and casework is at minus 13.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I've been looking at those as well for in anticipation of another bond. And so there are some schools that do still have component pieces that we have to, if it's not due for a 20-year refresh, we have to address.
I guess I would ask then, once we get past the year 5, to Dr. Rogers' point, and we've looked at what we've done, and we look at what we have left over, can we go back and look at things like this? Because this is not to me, a huge expense, nor is it a huge displacement of staff. But things like this that could at least get the campus in what I would call not 20-year refresh done, but so that when that 20-year refresh does finally hit them, it is a whole refresh. It seems, I don't know, more economical with manpower and everything else. So that's just all I'd ask. Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Cox?
Well, just to Ms. Prosnick's question, there have been times, I'm just again, in general, the
Yeah.
bathrooms were an issue for me, and we were able to go in and do that.
Right.
And so are there any cases where, okay, it wasn't in the initial plan, but we had a savings and we were able to go in and address some of that? How are those situations handled?
Absolutely. And so great example, DeGan. We did another one at DeGan over the Christmas break. So they were having a lot of plumbing issues. We don't typically go in and cut out under slab plumbing on any of these 20-year refreshes. We did have some additional contingency funds left over on that one. Because if you remember, when we brought the change order for all of the unknowns with those exterior walls, we had some contingency built in there. Just you don't know what you're going to get into. And we don't want to have to keep coming back for different change orders. So at the end of the project, we did have money left over. It does not make sense to continue to have sewer problems in a campus when we can fix it now. So we did that. So yes, ma'am, we always look, and if we are able to make betterments to the school with some additional funds at the end, we try to do that.
Yeah, because it seems like it just doesn't make sense when the contractors are already there to then come back, for whatever their 20-year refresh is, to come back then and then replace it after the contractor's already there. That seemed like it would be more cost effective if there's contingency funds left.
Absolutely. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else, anybody? Man, okay.
Thank you.
Nathy?
Home
Thank you.
stretch.
Yes.
Thanks, Randy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
We're right. 10:30. Oof.
Okay, last but not least, Mr. Colbeck.
Poor Mr. Colbeck, you are always the caboose.
Wow.
I wonder what that was.
Wow.
Mr. Technology has technology.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I think Chris Langford is still hanging with us on WebEx.
Wake up, Chris.
God bless you, Chris.
Yeah, hey, he's getting to wear fat pants and.
All right,
there he
so-
is.
Still here. Hi, Chris. Thanks for staying with us. Okay, so this topic is what we're calling a hybrid classroom technology. So essentially the situation is this. As we've tried to respond to having students in virtual as well as in person. At times, depending on the situation, you're trying to bring a virtual student into the classroom where you have in-person kids. So some examples of that might be an elementary. A good example would be a GT classroom, or a student that's going through on a rotation for STEM. At the high schools, it might be a situation where you might have a course where you don't have enough students to run a course, let's say, completely in virtual. So you might be bringing together virtual and in-person and having one of our teachers teach it. So the complexity of that when you get into the classroom, it's very difficult to manage the technology with that if the room isn't really set up that way. So what we've been doing is trying to research different options, and I have a video I'm going to show you because I think it'll help give you a visual of what I'm talking about. But essentially what we're looking at is some technology that would be permanently fixed in many cases in a classroom where you'd have a camera that's designed to kind of follow, it's called speaker track or auto positioning cameras, where it'll dial in on the person. It can move around. When somebody moves, you can have presets in there to pick up shots. If it's the board, if it's an area where you might have manipulatives. And the other real challenging piece is audio. So for example, in this meeting, if I got up right now and I step away from the mic, people can't hear that, right? So in a classroom, when a teacher's moving around all the time, you got to have this really good audio quality. So essentially, you got to have something that can auto-amplify the microphone. So what we've looked at is a solution. What you're going to see in this video is from Delcom, a partner we've used on some of our audiovisual projects, really looking at what's being used in some other school districts. And this is a solution that Wiley has put in. Wiley ISD, they have it in 700 rooms. It's been very well received, so we thought let's get one of these, set it up, get some teacher feedback. And then the other side of that is, what about having something that's mobile, something that you could roll in, roll out? And there's other options available. So this is an actual piece of demo equipment we were using. It's called a Cisco WebEx board. It does work with WebEx. It's very elegant in that it detects, it uses ultrasound technology. You walk in the room, hello, Brian. There's, I think, 12 microphones in there and like 4 cameras, so it'll follow you around. Obviously, the perspective of where you set that up so the viewer can see the classroom is really cool. So we're really looking at trying to find the concept and try to wrap the right technology around it. And ultimately, what we'd like to do is start piloting more of this spring. And so I've worked with the chiefs of school to identify classrooms, elementary, middle, and high school, where the circumstance would lend itself well to this. I think we have a list of about 30 rooms right now. But essentially what I want to do is show you this, get some feedback from the board, and if this is something that you want us to pursue, we can do the pilot, but obviously waiting another month to bring something back to the board. Time is of the essence. So what we would do if this is well received by the board is bring some sort of consent or action item back next week with kind of not to exceed budget, and we have a couple different components that we'd like to test in different spots across the district. So with that, can you please play the video? And this is at
Last week we talked about the ciphers, the monoalphabetic, the polyalphabetic.
As Lewisville ISD continues to respond to the pandemic and making decisions as situations evolve, the district recognizes the need to bring the classroom experience to students who are learning both remotely and virtually.
Well, I started the year teaching my in-person at one time and my virtual at another time. And this just added to how much work I had to do. I no longer could do the same thing with the class. I had to create 2 separate lesson plans, have 2 separate times, so my time was even cut down because I had to meet with both.
The district has found students in remote learning and virtual learning are more engaged when they feel as if they are in an in-classroom experience.
One thing I noticed was the virtual kids really missed the in-person kids. We're used to collaborating, working on things together, and they really did not feel a part of our school. And I wanted to try to find a way where we could both work together at the same time, collaborate online, and have them feel a part of the school.
LISD Technology wants to give all students the same engagement and has been working to provide a solution. As the technology team considers ways to improve this experience, there are a few challenges, like the ability to provide video around the classroom and being able to follow the teacher so the camera can zoom in on teacher content and other activities. At the same time, audio quality is also important. The audio of the teacher needs to come through clearly for the remote participants as a teacher moves around the classroom. LISD Technology has been piloting technology designed to address these needs and wanted to test a solution in a classroom setting. So far, the results are promising.
When the opportunity came up that I could pilot this program, I jumped for it. I really wanted to do that. The main part of the hybrid technology is the camera. It attaches to my computer, and I show it on the whiteboard most of the time. That allows the kids to see everything in the classroom. I'm able to move the camera anywhere, any place I want to go. I have presets where I know where I'm going to be. I can preset it, and it automatically goes there. The other part of that is the speaker and microphone system. I do not have to wear a microphone. It picks up my sound wherever I am in the classroom. And it also picks up the kids' sound and the people from home. We hear them clear, loud and clear. So the kids are able to communicate with each other and talk, and it's like they're in the classroom. All of them, that's right. Okay, go ahead. All of them.
If we were able to open this up to other grade levels, you could have it where kids are getting multiple teachers in multiple places and seeing more than just FaceTime with that one gen ed teacher. It just builds a community. The more faces you can see from a school, the more you feel like you're part of that community in the school. And so this opens up doors to that being a possibility.
I think this is going to be the way teachers teach in the future. Because if everybody had this in their classroom, then anyone that was ever absent could come to class. Or each classroom could have people working from home. It's such an easy way to keep kids connected and to keep them connected to the school.
With this solution looking so promising, the district can now consider expanding. LISD Technology is committed to providing the best learning opportunities for students wherever they may be learning.
Riddle. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
So I guess, Dr. Rodgers, anything you want to add to this topic as well? I know you have some thoughts around the technology.
Yeah, we've seen, I've had the opportunity to see a couple of these different systems. I just think it absolutely is worth the discussion for the board to decide. We'd like to, as Brian talked about, create a larger pilot of about 30 classrooms as soon as possible. So if you all are okay with that, of course, it's going to take some funding. It's $4,000 to $5,000 a classroom, then we would come back. I think, as Ms. Emmett talked about, for me, in the future, in addition to the virtual pathway and preventing teachers from having to teach two different groups, this would allow synchronous, teaching, learning to happen, but just the other added aspect, as she alluded to, and I've thought about of kids sick from the class, but they could still be plugged in to everything that's happening in their classroom. I just, as a parent, I think that's a pretty big selling point, for us in the future, and so. Anyway, it's just something we wanted to gauge your interest in to move forward. So that's why we're here.
Okay. Ms. Hassan, do you have any questions?
Does it start with you? I think it starts with Ms. Cox.
Ms.
Was it me? I don't think it matters. I'll go. Okay. So I love this. As Dr. Rogers just said, it's absolutely, and the teacher said it best, if you can get those kids to feel like they're part of the classroom, I think it's phenomenal. But my question is, where is this money coming from? Is it in your budget already, or you had an extra?
I mean,
or is Bill selling advertising?
For the pilot, we can, cover the pilot, but if we were going to expand upon it, obviously our budget couldn't absorb that.
Yeah, so, Ms. Cox, our goal is to get the pilot. As he says, we have the funds in technology to cover the pilot, the 30 classrooms. Certainly, if once we come back to you and we want to roll it out to 500 classrooms a year or whatever, that's a different story, because you're talking about, $2.5 million a whack. Remember, we have 3,500 classrooms in OSD. So it's not and we don't want to do all this prior to, if we in the future need, and which we will, a future bond. I think you set the table, you show what this can do, and yet you say, hey, we've got to come back to voters eventually to fund this for all classrooms. But
So that leaves me, I have two more questions. So these things come up, and thank you to you and your department, because you're always finding ways to be innovative for our kids, and I really, really appreciate that. But my question is, when you're preparing your budget or your department, do you add funds in there? Because it seems like you guys always have these extra funds to do these extra projects, and I'm curious.
On this particular, as we developed this year's budget, Dr. Rogers and I were talking about it too, on some of the things that we probably would have had expenses on in a normal year, some of your travel, conferences. I think we did pretty well with the Operation Connectivity piece, with replacing all of those devices. All of that stuff was old, and that takes a lot of money to maintain that stuff. So I felt like we have enough coverage to do this year, but normally I don't think we would have.
This isn't a normal thing. Okay. My other question is, and this is just a curiosity for me because I don't understand technology, but a buzzword that you use a lot at your presentations is always time is of the essence. So I'm just curious why technology is always time is of the essence. I feel like we always have to make quick decisions on these items. Like, we don't get time to really think about it and make.
Well, on some of it is, I think looking at the summer cycle, when you'd want to do some of this work, and I think depending on what our offerings look like in the fall, our hope would be to be able to actually have some of this stuff installed and ready to be used. It could impact maybe how a master schedule is built, who's going to be in what rooms, et cetera. So I think, we're trying to stay ahead of some of this, and it's hard to do.
It's a purchasing and time.
It's a purchasing, timing, and I think it's disruptive to install this stuff. You got to have people out of the room. So I think when you look at trying to hit to maximize June and July, we got to get some feedback from teachers to make that decision.
yeah, and I think too we'll have to be strategic if the board decides to roll this out. Then we have to be strategic the same way Brian worked with the school chiefs to target just 30 teachers. We'd want to be strategic because, we want to pick the right ones until we get this ball rolling. And it will require some professional learning, to train teachers, and all that takes time. But we're not trying to rush the decision big picture. We're just trying to, if you're interested, to push forward that, okay, y'all are okay with us broadening the pilot to 30 classrooms, some elementary, some middle, some high school. We'll absolutely come back to y'all in the future and say, hey, here's what we've learned. This is a great tool, or there's something better, or hey, we don't want to,
So you'll be applying at all three levels?
Yes.
Elementary, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Lasan, any questions after that?
I think this is great. I honestly think this is probably the wave of the future. I think unfortunately COVID has changed a lot of the way we do things. I think some of them will stay, some of them will go, but I can see this definitely being one that stays and, that kind of pushes this innovation. Like Ms. Cox said, I really appreciate you guys always looking for innovative ways to do things, and, I'm absolutely for this. I think it's great that you had the money in your budget because of COVID too. So, yeah, I'm absolutely, go for it.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about the 150 grand if you guys got that in your budget. I would say every year we get on a work session, we get a request from IT, and we're asked to make a decision 7 days later. I don't understand it. You guys got to work that out. I think it's unfair to us because it's an urgent decision. You guys, 150,000, you can spend it. I would say this. I would like to know, if we agree to that item, what the end looks like. So are we talking about potentially 500 campuses? What's that cost? Is that going to go through a legitimate procurement process that Craig manages and there's fair bidding on it, that type of thing? My support is predicated on those things, although I see the value in this. The other thing I'd say is I would hope that the majority of classrooms that this is going to go into are our TIP campuses, our TIP classrooms, our TIP campuses, those campuses that are struggling to perform, where we have, by the way, those are high percentage of virtual learners in those campuses. And so it seems to me that the place to really find out the efficacy of something like this is in those campuses that have a high level of need during this pilot.
Yeah, and Mr. Miller, we're more than happy to wait till March to bring this forward. It's just another month. So, if we were asking for you to, as a board, to approve new money from technology, we would absolutely, and we're still fine if y'all want to wait till March to make the decision. It's just a month that, we could have been rolling this out for 30 classrooms. If we're talking about some grand scale, which, as I said, the grand scale to me is like 500 classrooms, we will absolutely vet and allow y'all a lot of time to make that decision. But, we're okay either way. I mean,
well, I'm glad. I think we should pursue this. I agree. I think this is the way of the future. Now, again, that assumes that the legislature is going to continue to support a high percentage of virtual learners. So that's not a given yet. They're going to put pressure on us to go find our students and bring them back to school, and they're going to put pressure on us to bring our TIP campus learners that are virtual back to school. So in the context of that, I think this is an opportunity for us. In fairness, regardless of my disappointment in the 7 days, I would say let's go ahead and do it. Let's do it in campuses where we can show a difference. It'll work. The technology will work. It's there. It's proven. You've already been testing it. Do it in 30 more classrooms. I guess, maybe you guys will tell us which classrooms. Or maybe, I don't know, Dr. Rogers. These TIP campuses concern me. And they're high level of a certain feeder that has virtual learners. It would seem to me that we would want to focus really solely on that and maybe a couple outliers, but really to see what we can do in those high percentage adoption. And that is a particular feeder that we're referring to.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the list, but we'll provide that to you. I think what we want is a broad cross-section of all types of campuses and make sure that the teachers that are selected, because they're a big piece of the puzzle. We want to make sure, is it good or bad. But as far as if the legislature doesn't fund virtual learning in the future, I think that they're crazy if they don't, but that doesn't mean they will. Still, my selling point would be, then look what we've done for students who are absent from school, and you can plug into your classroom live and not miss anything. Unless, sometimes, hopefully, students don't feel well and they don't feel like, they feel good enough to, but I just think it's a win-win possibility. So.
Yeah, I want to be clear. So do I.
Yeah, I know.
Try to do home group with a uni microphone, whatever. What I'm talking about, you have different, and then you're doing it, and you got 4 people over here. You got people on Zoom. They're like, "What? What are you saying?" Right? I can only imagine how complex a classroom is and teachers moving around. I love it. I love the little cameras rotating. I think it's going to be very successful. I'm concerned more about the high percentage of virtual learners in certain feeders and some of those campuses that I think if we don't address that sooner rather than later, we're going to get burned. we're going to be spending time on it next year, and then we're going to add 2 or 3 more to it. And I get that you got to have different types of teachers and different personas and that type of thing. I just want you to think about a certain feeder pattern that really needs this high percentage of virtual. And I think those teachers are very capable of supporting it. You guys make the decision, no problem, 150 grand. It's really peanuts to try this, as long as, again, you go through a fair competitive process if we decide to go big on it.
Ms. Hassett?
Thank you again for providing these options for our students. I actually do think 7 days is plenty of time to make a decision for me on the 30-day classroom, and I don't know that I agree that this is the wave of the future, except for smaller classrooms, smaller percentage of students. So are we thinking in general we would roll this out long-term to everybody in another bond, every classroom? We're just piloting now. Never mind. Okay, but my question is really for, and this is another reason why I don't know that it's the wave of the future. I'm more concerned about teacher workload and the amount on the teacher. So y'all feel confident that this is an okay teacher workload with the 30 classes because you'll handpick teachers that you know can handle it right now?
I think, and of course the question that you sort of set this, possible premise is it the wave of the future or not? I don't know. I do believe that virtual learning's not going away.
Correct.
All right,
For a small
and if we
percentage of
don't
people.
meet, and I hope it's a smaller percentage, but I also believe if we don't meet the needs of that percentage, they won't be our customers anymore.
I would agree.
And so I think that's provided by this system. And I absolutely believe that if we had had something like this, and we didn't, and no one else did, it would have sure prevented a lot of consternation from parents thinking they're getting 2 different types of instruction, virtual versus in person, because that wouldn't be the case in this scenario.
But the teacher workload for these 30 piloted.
I think as the GT teacher said, she'd rather have that system than have to teach 2 different classes.
Right. So it's
one
less
virtual,
workload for a
one in
lot.
Yeah,
person.
she was saying she's prepping twice, was prepping twice.
So it's at least helping her and a few of the teachers who actually, because not everybody's having to do what she is, but you're going to pick the people who it would help. My other main concern right now is privacy concerns for the students. So that's going to me, I also really think it's not the wave of the future, because privacy concerns are going to be huge, especially in our tip campuses. How are we going to make sure that when we pick a teacher, that the students, some students might just never be able to be on camera, and there might be stigma on that, and how are we going to deal with the private concerns?
That is an excellent point, something that we've actually thrown around and had discussions, and we've got to work those details out with special ed, with other, and so, it's something that's come up because of virtual learning.
Yes.
That was sort of thrown on us, but it is absolutely some details that we have to work out, and it's something that Deanne and I know Brian's had discussions with Kathy Talbert and so on, so.
Okay.
The legal side of it, we've absolutely got to finish.
Okay.
Mr. President?
I'm all about trying the pilot out. I have some questions. How mobile is it? So it's in my classroom this year, and then next year I'm not in that classroom. I'm in another classroom or whatever. I mean, how mobile is the system?
What we showed on the video, that's not very mobile. It gets permanently mounted. There's electrical that ends up getting installed. You're running the wire, wires back through the ceiling. Can it be moved? Yes, but you got a lot of labor tied up into that. That's where where we were looking at something more mobile. Is there a use case for that where you can not that you do every room, but you'd have a couple on a campus maybe. Or if a use case came up, you could just wheel it in. So I think it might be a combination, if we were doing this on a larger scale, a little bit of both. That you might have fixed rooms and then the ability to wheel something in ad hoc if you needed to. So I think you'd see both.
And if we did this wider, beyond the 30, and I know I'm getting ahead, would we need edgenuity? Or could you schedule it in such a way that we didn't need that type of learning platform, that you could just be assigned to be in classroom?
My initial, and I'm looking at Dr. Rapp, but my initial guess would be no.
Okay.
But I think we'd have to, explore that. But I think if we can provide synchronous learning to virtual, then that's what you would want to do. Is to have the classroom teachers teaching all the students, some virtual, hopefully most in person. But don't hold me to that until we can have some discussions about because there's always the what ifs and a few one-offs and all that.
So then my question kind of along those lines is, for these 30 classrooms, will they be using Ingenuity, or will they just be doing synchronous learning?
Yeah, I don't know if y'all had that discussion or not.
No, I think I think they're potentially at the secondary. They might use a little bit of both. I think there were a couple, I think there was actually a pre-AP physics course on one of the room lists, where that's pretty complex. So if they're using some of the resources in Ingenuity but bundling it in Canvas and they're doing lecture-based stuff, I think you might see a little bit of both. I think at the elementary it might be more of a teacher-led, like a GT situation, MTA, stuff like that, where we kind of see this as a use case right now.
Yeah, because most of your elementary classrooms they're not a hybrid like that GT environment is. So you're going to find teachers using it because of kids quarantined, as opposed to I'm in the virtual learning pathway.
Right, which is what I would assume, especially for elementary.
But I think it has potential long term. I don't think if you put this in, and I don't think it's fair to think in a year or maybe 2 years that you could just, we don't need Ingenuity if you're supporting virtual. I think that takes time to build if you're going to try to have your own activities.
I think the other, for lack of a better word, interesting aspects is I wish I could say and project that this next school year is going to give us a real good indication of where we'll land on virtual learners. I don't know that it will. I think that may be a year and a half, 2 years, to where, okay, hey, we feel comfortable that 10% of our learners are virtual. I think according to what happens in society with vaccines is really going to determine what's going to happen this next school year as far as parents' comfort level. Yeah. That may not be the case a year and a half.
Right. Then my last question, and it would be more on the second phase, not this initial phase with procurement, and that is that, we're not the only school district in the country looking at this stuff. So would there be inventory to even do a larger purchase?
That's a good question.
Because if you look at the whole country, there are districts looking at things exactly like this. So I'm just wondering what the inventory is.
I think on a large-scale project, I think inventory could be a challenge, especially if we were looking at timing. If we could get some of the stuff ordered for the summer, I don't think it's realistic to think, we could have 500 rooms ready for the start of school. I think we could have some. If we brought this back sometime yet, before June, right? But I think I have asked about supply chain on this specific, even for the 30, because some of the stuff we've been trying to order, we just can't get right now. This particular stuff is available right now, but in a larger order and timing, it may not be. It's a concern.
Okay, and for me, the 30, how long are we going to assess that?
Well, I think, as Brian said, if we wanted to expand the program, we'd absolutely at the latest want to report out to y'all by June, I think.
Yeah, I think to me, May is probably a more realistic time period. If you look at middle of May, by the time you order, shipping, you're probably not going to be able to start installing this stuff till sometime mid to late June, assuming that's like everything's got a line to get everything here. So I think May would be the latest to have some of the stuff installed through the summer. But I think if we can, get the pilot stuff here, get it ordered, get teachers trained in using it, I think, and if they're using it for 4 weeks, I think we can get really great feedback from a teacher. The equipment that we installed at Donald for that teacher, we did that just before, when did we do that? Just before Thanksgiving.
And will that be feedback that we will, as a board, will have access to, maybe done through some kind of survey where we can open-ended question, your concerns, your negative and positive feedback? I think that we as a board might want to know some of those things directly in the teacher's words, like we saw this video, but if we could see that, that would kind of give us a little bit more direction. Are you seeing other people go in? Because I would imagine that as quickly as technology is evolving, there's going to be some companies that jump on this bandwagon with virtual learning. Are we seeing entries into the marketplace?
You're seeing some. I mean, the real the camera seems like it's the real deal. The real deal is the audio.
Yep.
It's the hardest thing to deliver on. So you're seeing packages kind of being created for this particular need. And we're asking around other school districts too. So we have some options that we want to take a look at. I think the availability of what's out there, and to me, you want to use this in classrooms, in production, on a smaller scale, to the point where you can kind of test not only the usability but also reliability. Is it a support problem? Does the camera stay connected to the conferencing solution? All of that type of stuff. So I think if you're in that 25, 30 rooms, that's a pretty good sample size to give us a level of confidence that here's what we found. We think here are the benefits of it. You could be looking at the support, the training, obviously cost. It would give us a pretty good insight to see what we'd be getting into on a larger scale with this.
And then mine was kind of along the privacy, but I really feel like that there needs to be a parent piece with this, because I don't know about anybody else, but when the video was playing, the one dad entered behind the student, and I watched the dad for a moment, and I missed everything that she was saying in that moment, and thank goodness he was fully dressed. But I just think that there needs to be a parent piece that goes along with this, because I think for a child who has a little bit of attention problem, if there's a lot going on behind the students, I think we just, as anything, we've learned a lot in COVID, and I think that sometimes we need to address things before they get to be a problem, and I think that that's one of those things that we certainly need to make sure that, especially if they're on a screen like that in the classroom, it's a very different beast than when they're on the laptop on the teacher's desk.
And one of the things, and so that didn't apply here in the pilot, but we did produce teacher guidelines when we had, as we were going into more students being quarantined, and that was one of the things we addressed, was that if you were going to have a class where you were having kids WebEx into your classroom, you needed, at this time, to be sure their cameras were off, just so that we didn't have any privacy issues going into the home. So that would be a good example of, you have to put guidelines in place when you roll this out larger.
And that was all I had. Yes, ma'am.
I think this begs the question to our first item on the audit. 5-year strategy. I mean, what we're talking about is, if we do this, if we're successful with this, and I expect that we would, we're looking at $2.5 million to do 500 classrooms. We're looking at intervention counselors. Let's just say it's $750,000 or $1 million. I don't know. I'm just guessing. We at some point need to start having some visibility to what the end of the year is looking like, and then what are some, to the point of the audit, what are some potential outcomes based on the legislature. And I think if we wait too long, we're in February. 1/12 of the calendar year is over, right? And so there's a lot of these things I think we've got to have a discussion around our finances and the projections. I know others have talked about 5-year views of finances. I mean, at some point, we're talking about intervention counselors, and we're talking about this, and all these are important. how's it all come together, right? And we need a preview of the end of the year. Maybe we'll get that on Monday. And then we need a preview of what the options could be next year. And I think that allows us to make, I mean, if we're going to make a decision this summer, at the same time, by the way, which we make raises, which your people benefit from too, right? Where we're talking about potentially $6 to $9 million, we're talking about a lot of stuff that we're adding to this. I think we can probably afford it, right? The sky has never fallen as far as we thought, even when the legislature's in session. Nevertheless, I'm not saying that, Dr. Rogers, because I think there'll be more money than we often think. But we've got to start having that discussion here pretty soon.
Well, I'm sure we have a budget workshop coming up.
We do.
I mean, okay, but we're going to do a pilot and, you know, I mean.
One step at a time.
Yeah, there's no doubt, Mr. Miller, I would remind you, we're 5/12 of the way through this fiscal year. I mean, we're not even halfway, because our fiscal year starts in September.
I'm in calendar year, 1/12
Yeah.
of the
So, but there's no doubt that before we make big decisions like staffing, like whether or not to, you know, explode this project, I mean, we absolutely need to share with y'all, you know, what the budget possibly in like and what next year's budget.
Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks.
And if there is no further business, look around the room. This meeting is adjourned, and the time is now 11:08 p.m. Everybody be safe going home.
Good morning.